Hello. Check, check, check. Check, 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 check.
security mosaic of Pakistan. Before we proceed, I request you all to switch your phones on the silent mode. For the Forum B, here is Senator Javed Jabbar, Senator and former Federal Minister for Information, Pakistan. In the forum, we have 6 speakers. The keynote speaker is Dr. Moeed Yusuf, Vice Chancellor, Beacon House National University, Pakistan. The other speakers for the forum are Dr. Faisal Bari, Senior Research Fellow, Institute of Development and Economic Alternatives, Pakistan. Our second speaker is Dr. Zafar Mirza, former Special Assistant to the Prime Minister on Health Security, Pakistan. The third speaker is Dr. Zeba Sattar, Tamga Imtiaz. Dr. Zeba is currently the Country Director at the Population Council, Pakistan. The fourth speaker is Dr. Tariq Banuri, Professor of Economics, University of Utah, USA. The fifth speaker for the forum is Mr. Saqib Sherani, CEO, Macroeconomic Insight Private Limited, Pakistan. I now request Senator Javed Jabbar to commence with the forum proceedings. Over to you, Senator Javed.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much, Amna. And thank you, the chairman of IPRI, Mr. Inamul Haq, and the president, Ambassador Raza Ahmad Khan, and the whole team. They've been most courteous and hospitable. Ishtiaq Mehkri Saab, Naveed Saab. And it's my privilege to be here, seated right in the middle, despite the gross gender imbalance. One poor, brave woman with these 5 tyrannical men. But thank God there's more gender equity out there. And there is a lady right in front. So at least we have some semblance of balance. But we come to this session after a very interesting and lively preceding set of sessions. We had the unusual pleasure of both the head of state and the head of government holding forth very philosophically and ramblingly. But when you ramble and you're not too structured or focused, many thoughts occur, which normally may not occur in a rigid written down speech. But it was interesting. And what we have ahead of us is a veritable feast. As usual, IPRI, in its generosity, has overdone it. Each of them deserves a separate session on their own. And I hope this will be rectified in the next session when they are not obliged to compress their valuable thoughts in 15 minutes. But just to begin with, 2 thoughts. The formulation of the subject of this panel. The mosaic. I'm intrigued by the choice of the word mosaic. It's so well-intentioned. But a mosaic is a very well-ordered, well-constructed, harmonious assembly of different pieces. Symmetrical, colorful. Whereas non-traditional, my God, non-traditional threads are certainly not harmonious. They're wild, they're completely disassembled, chaotic. And to make a pattern or coherence out of non-traditional threads would be daunting. Nevertheless, mosaic is a very tempting word to take aim at, and I respect the good intent behind it. And the second and last point is this recent preoccupation in international discourse, and even in our discourse, about non-traditional threats. Since I'm a thorough Pakistani, I am totally devoted to conspiracy theories. And I wonder if this is a grand conspiracy by you-know-who to divert attention from the continued relentless build-up of arms, weapons, forces inimical to peace and conflict resolution. There is no letting up on that. In fact, there are signs of great dangers emerging from the traditional threats to security, leave alone the non-traditional. And I'm not even talking about the 2 wars. I'm talking about Russia's situation vis-a-vis NATO, vis-a-vis its withdrawal from the treaties, China, what have you. So there's enough to worry about traditional threats, and right next door to us, this completely disproportionate hegemonic power continues to aggrandize itself with armaments. Good old hard, non-soft armaments. But the subject today is non-traditional threats. And we have an excellent person to set the ball rolling, Dr. Moeed Yusuf, whose biodata will be there, so I will not repeat it. You know him well. Sterling service he has done as national advisor, national security advisor in the preceding government, and is now heading the Beacon House National University. Dr. Moeed Yusuf, you have the floor, please.
Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I want to thank, but more than that, congratulate IPRI once again for pulling off a fantastic dialogue. As somebody who has been involved with IPRI now for three plus years, I think, first as an SA and now as a member of the board, it really gives me pleasure to see not that we are hosting another conference, but hosting it so well and covering the entire spectrum of issues with the kind of luminaries that you have as speakers. So, General Raza and the team, very well done and congratulations. Javed Saab, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I must start by saying that in no possible way do I deserve to be standing here and speaking as the keynote for this panel, on which literally I've got people who have mentored me and educated me. So thank you again. This is a great sort of honor and privilege for me. But really, there are people far more accomplished sitting here who'll be speaking soon. So let me, whenever this conversation about non-traditional security comes up, somehow the fingers point at me to say, what do you think it is? And I think there's a reason for that, and the reason is called the national security policy. So let me just begin by saying that I think Pakistan has crossed one important frontier, which is that the state of Pakistan has already made or developed a consensus on the fact that national security has to be a comprehensive and holistic concept. The NSP is the document of the state of Pakistan, not mine. I think it's a great disservice if we attach such state documents and thoughts to a particular person just because he or she happened to be in a position. With civil and military consensus, a few things were agreed and continue to be pursued as far as I can tell, and they're all important. What does this document essentially say? We can call it non-traditional security, but really the term we used was comprehensive national security. And the starting point of this mosaic, if you will, is that national security's ultimate objective has to be the psychological and physical security and prosperity of your most vulnerable citizen. If we can think of that as the ultimate objective of national security, everything else will flow from that. I personally don't think Pakistan, the state of Pakistan, the country of Pakistan, has taken enough credit for putting out a very, very bold statement to the world of what we want to be. There's no other country in the region that actually has ever put out a national security policy. Very few countries in the world have done that. India has just very recently, I saw, announced that it is going to come up with a national security strategy document, pretty much in the same vein as ours. I've seen Japan, since we did it, very, very similar. So I think, there's a lot of doom and gloom and despondence around everything that happens, but there is something to be said in terms of Pakistan making a clear statement on human security being the centerpiece of national security. Now, the challenge is, these are words. How do you actually actualize this vision, if one were to call it that? And the next sort of challenge was, okay, you want to get to human security. How do you do that? And the answer that we came up with as a collective and when I say we, it's basically the federal and provincial governments of Pakistan and the military, was economic security. Virtually every single thing that you want to achieve in the national security domain cannot be achieved unless we can have economic security. Very simply put, in layman terms, we don't have the resources to do what we need to do, even if we were to spend every single penny as effectively and efficiently as we should. The third pillar, of course, was traditional security, and there I would argue that Pakistan is still under-resourced if you were to look at the threat matrix that confronts us. But unless we can invert the prism and go from economic security to human and traditional security, unfortunately, I don't see any way in which we can attain our objectives of either traditional security or human security. So not going with economic security as your fundamental priority essentially means that all three pillars of security, traditional, economic, and human, none of those we will be able to achieve our goals. That's essentially, in a nutshell, what that entire concept was. But let me spend my time today not talking about that, but saying what do we need to do to get there? And again, in very broad terms. First of all, I think before anything else, we need a psychological shift. We have to make up our mind whether we truly want to move in this direction or not. There have been over 100 papers, commentaries, op-eds, etc., written on the national security policy. Almost none of them explain whether we are psychologically in a place where we are willing to do this and make the changes that are required for it. So I think it's the next consensus we have to develop is we are going to do this. It is going to hurt many of us, but this has to happen. I don't think that consensus is there yet, or we've worked on that as much. Second, I think if you want to talk about implementing this vision, we have to move from a system that prizes generalists to specialists who know their particular field and are asked to deliver in those areas. You know, I actually have come across overwhelming majority of our civil service I find to be brilliant individually in terms of rules, regulations, how to do, how to implement, when to implement, etc. But today we live in a world where domain knowledge is a prerequisite for good policy making and implementation. If we are not willing to put the right people to the right things, given their expertise, I'm afraid I don't think we will be able to make those kind of shifts that we are envisioning. And then, of course, comes the question of practically what needs to be done in terms of the economy. Now, the cliche, there are people sitting here who know much more than me, is we know what to do, we just have to do it. I'm not quite sure that's true beyond this broad brush statement. At least in my view, if you want to, वो होता है कि किस side से कहाँ से शुरू करें, सिरा कहाँ से पकड़ना है. My argument is that if you look at two things, or at least that's the NSP's argument, not mine. One is Pakistan becoming the connectivity hub for the broader region. And the second one is moving to a model of development partnerships with the world rather than assistance partnerships, which has been much of our history. What does this really amount to? This amounts to a conversation about what role Pakistan will play in terms of connecting the broader region and what benefit Pakistan gets out of that. And how do we start having a conversation, real conversation about exports, FDI, and manpower export, which is remittances. There are only three non-debt raising avenues for Pakistan to get foreign exchange inflows. I don't see a fourth, which is sustainable. If that's true, then policy-wise, I would pick and prioritize those 2, 3, 4 export sectors, link all FDI to export, not to consumption, and then have a very dedicated strategy on manpower export without causing brain drain, which then requires a longer conversation about the education system. Why do I say that? Three reasons. One, everything that we talk about in the economy in terms of fiscal space, taxation, etc., is a band-aid solution till your national resource pie grows to a point where actually we can have enough resources to redistribute human security and traditional security. So right now, everybody says tax to GDP ratio, correct? But Pakistan is an overtaxed country. The problem is we're only taxing the people who pay taxes. That's not going to change fundamentally unless we can generate new sources of revenue. And the reason I put these two, which are development partnerships and connectivity, is that you can't have development partnerships worth their salt unless you fix the downstream problems of productivity and efficiency of industry, of the IT sector, etc. So if you really pick these two, I don't have time to go into this. We did a whole analysis at that time spanning months and came to the conclusion that these two could actually encapsulate virtually everything else that we've been talking about. The second is, for coming from the background I come from, more important. Connectivity is the way you remove negative strategic interests of countries vis-a-vis Pakistan. So let me put it this way. The goal is that the cost for other countries, the cost of an unstable Pakistan for other countries is higher than the cost of a stable Pakistan. So you need to create natural incentives for countries not to destabilize Pakistan. So if you think about it this way, what does India lose every time there's a terrorist attack in Pakistan? Fundamentally, what's the loss? But if you had a Tapi gas pipeline going across to India with 50 million Indian gas consumers on that, the calculation would be very different. If you actually have Central Asian countries connected to our warm waters, the interest of the Western world to continue that connectivity so that the Central Asian republics are not as beholden to Russia is real. So the concept of this melting pot basically that we came up with was exactly this, that you have multiple countries tied into an interest whereby Pakistan is providing a service, not on the security side, which we've done all our existence, but in terms of the economic dividends they can get. That, to me, fundamentally changes the geopolitical calculus of countries. Short of that, just economic interest is not going to change the geostrategy and geopolitics. Javed Saab just mentioned India, essentially, without mentioning India. Their calculus will not change unless there is interdependence that benefits both countries. The calculus of Afghanistan will also not change unless that interdependence is visible. Personally, I think we've done a disservice by making CPEC the quote-unquote litmus test, the greatest thing that's ever happened to mankind, etc., without actually doing our homework on the ground. Because all that's done is created enemies of CPEC without actually having anything to stand by. It can be the polar opposite. CPEC is essentially, to me, energy infrastructure, road infrastructure, industry, agriculture that any country in the world can benefit from. But then the conversation can't be China and Pakistan. It is much broader, and our Chinese friends also acknowledge, understand, and convince us to think of this differently. I think we are trying to do that, but those are the spaces that we have to capture. If the geopolitical interests of countries are not tied to our economic well-being, we are destined to be the next proxy battleground for the upcoming great power competition. Unfortunately, just because of geography, nothing else. Our geography is such that we will not escape the next round of great power contestation. Either we become a proxy and lose out like we did in the past, or we create positive incentives and create dependence on Pakistan of various countries, no matter which camp they're in. And herein, by the way, lies the beginnings of the conversation. Sohail Mahmood Saab is sitting here, and we worked many days and nights on this whole idea of no camp politics. That's the idea. We don't want to be sucked into one or the other. We actually want to offer services of a non-security nature to the entire world as best as we can. And finally, let me just say that even if we were to achieve this, there's another even more difficult barrier to cross, which is that let's assume Pakistan turns around its economy. Let's assume we have more resources and a larger resource pie, but our elite structures are not willing to redistribute those resources judiciously. You are where you started. You're at point zero. There is no benefit at the end of the day, because all you are doing is creating more angst and an even weaker social contract between society and state. So once you have this first piece of the puzzle figured out, we've got to have far more judicious and transparent redistribution mechanisms for human security as well as for traditional security. And that's a whole other conversation of who's going to make those decisions and how. But that, I think, was part of this conversation of getting to human security. So this economic security piece solves the economic puzzle, also the geopolitical puzzle, but doesn't solve the human security puzzle till you actually redistribute judiciously. My last two provocative comments, one-liners. None of this is possible without political predictability. I haven't used the word stability. I actually believe that Pakistan's real policy-making problem is lack of sustained predictability of what's going to happen, which necessitates short-term, ad hoc, tactical decision-making rather than long-term strategic thinking. So I'm less interested in who's at the helm and how it's working and whatever in this conversation. I'm more interested in figuring out whether we can come up with a national model whereby investors, society, and decision makers know what's coming for the next 5, 7, 10 years. Unless I can do that, you can forget about any kind of reform that will sustain. And the final provocative comment is our favorite line, I think nationally favorite line anytime you don't want to make the difficult choices you want to make, including from my colleagues when I was in government, but we have to put our own house in order before this can happen. There can be no worse way of approaching a problem. The whole argument of the NSP and this economic security paradigm is this is the only way to put your house in order. House in order will not come and then you will do the right things. You will have to do the right painful things to put your house in order. So none of this is easy. It's all difficult till we start. And when we start, one by one, these things will happen. Please remember where I started. This is not Moeed Yusuf standing here speaking. This was the state of Pakistan's, is the state of Pakistan's national consensus as far as policy and vision are concerned. Now the question is, are we actually willing to walk the walk and make that switch? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Moeed, for a very concise and yet comprehensive analysis. We will take questions for about 10 minutes so that before he flees our company, he has a flight to catch. So kindly formulate your questions rather than maybe a brief comment, but not more than 8 or 10 words of a comment. But if you have questions, please kindly go ahead, identify yourself, and no more than 30, 45 seconds for each question. Is someone going to time us? Amna, you're our timekeeper. G, anyone with a question? Mr. Ziad Al-Adad.
Bring the mic.
The microphone here up front, please. Either right here. So you can speak up and repeat it. Oh, yeah. Better.
Is it live? Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Speak louder.
Moeed, as always, you're very eloquent, and thanks for the presentation. I agree with Javed that succinct and yet comprehensive. How do you make the powers that be sensitive to what you are saying? Because your vision is fine. Even what the implementation steps are, they are fine. But how do you get them interested so that they move? Now, I'm not talking about any particular government. I'm talking about the government of Pakistan, and I'm talking about the people of Pakistan.
Thank you. Very good. Thank you. Go ahead. Yeah. Yes. The second row, the lady with the white pen. There. जी white
yes.
pen जी उधर उधर देखिए उधर white pen Miss White Pen
Yeah, she's.
and she'll identify herself. जी
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Dr. Moeed Yusuf, for your intellect. My question is, given the fact that nature of warfare is
identity.
My name is Dr. Asma Akbar. I'm Chairperson, Department of Political Science and International Relations from the Women University, Multan.
Thank you.
My question is, given the fact that nature of warfare is transforming and we are hearing the buzzwords of cyberspace warfare, outer space warfare, and specifically cognitive warfare. So in this age of unpeace, I want to know from the policymakers, you were the ex-policymaker, you devised the national security policy. I want to ask, why Pakistan does not have national intelligence policy? Thank you very much.
Thank you. A third question, and then we yes, yourself, please. The dark shirt there. Is it? Achha, sorry. I spotted him first, if you don't mind. Huh? Then after that, all right. Uske baad, sorry. So it's four. We'll take four, and then.
Assalamu alaikum, sir. Mohammad Ashar Siddiqui, student from National University of Sciences and Technology. Sir, I'd like to add on the previous question, where the question is referring to the variety of threats that are posed in the domain of non-traditional security, which also entails that there are several non-state actors that are increasingly becoming influential in the non-traditional security domain. So how do you think the role of non-state actors would progress, and to what extent do you think they would become as influential actors in the security dynamics as the states are? Thank you.
Thank you. So, sir, yourself. यहाँ पर सामने ले आइए.
Thank you, Jabbar Sahab. Muhammad Arshad. I am the head of the National Universal Health Insurance Program for Pakistan, which is popularly known as the Sehat Card Program. I just wish to give a good news to Dr. Moeed. जो आपने कहा कि इकोनॉमिक सिक्योरिटी के बाद जो ह्यूमन सिक्योरिटी वाला जो मुश्किल मरहला आने वाला है, तो अच्छी खबर ये है कि जब आपने ये और स्टेट ने ये पॉलिसी डेवलप की थी 2021 में 2021 में पीछे, तो 3 करोड़ लोग नेशनल यूनिवर्सल हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्रोग्राम में कवर्ड थे, और आज जब मैं आपसे मुखातिब हूँ तो 20 करोड़ पाकिस्तानी नेशनल यूनिवर्सल हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्रोग्राम में कवर हैं. We just did last week, 5 साल के एफर्ट के बाद हमने बलूचिस्तान को भी शामिल किया, and this is a very good news in the pipeline. जो आखिरी फेडरेटिंग यूनिट है सिंध, इंशाल्लाह वो भी शामिल हो जाएगा. Then we will be one of the largest universal health insurance program, at least one puzzle piece of this human security. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji. Mohit, would you like to go ahead? You have 4.
Sure. Thank you. So, sir, I mean, I would argue that on the vision, if there is understanding, then it's the nuts and bolts and how you get there. Again, I'm not involved, I'm not privy to what's happening now, but when I look from a distance at things like SIFC, one may agree, disagree, one can have views. But I think it's really a continuation of the conversations that were happening, not about SIFC, about the fact that export FDI and manpower export, we have to somehow focus and get this aligned. Now, one can debate whether the approach is right, approach is wrong. The Sehat card idea, I think, again, is an example. There are others where I think, without mentioning the NSP or the document or the vision, there are things that are happening that align with that conversation. Problem ये है कि क्या उस larger vision के, sorry, the different pieces of that puzzle, is somebody synchronizing all of this? Is somebody figuring out how to sustain? NSP has the good fortune of being the only strategic document of Pakistan whose implementation is the responsibility of a full-fledged ministry. There is a ministry, National Security Division, whose number one task is formulation and implementation of the NSP. And there's a whole structure around, and I was very fortunate to work with some of the best colleagues I've had throughout my career who are still at it. Now, again, I'm not privy to it, but I'd be very surprised if that's not happening behind the scenes. Whether it will sustain or not, I think it's the predictability part which we are lacking as a country, not today, but always have. Unless we get that, I don't think so. National intelligence policy, I won't say anything except to say that if we had one, you wouldn't know about it. So, I'll leave it at that. But I will make a point to say, again, I did not formulate the NSP. I think it's great disservice to hundreds of people who were involved in this, from the federal government, provincial government, military. This is a State of Pakistan document. Anytime you put it next to my name or anybody's name, sustainability is going to be challenged. So let's make sure we actually celebrate what it is for, and that is, good or bad, but that's, I think, the State of Pakistan's policy. NSAs, I assume you're talking about the terrorists or all sorts of NSAs. I don't know. All sorts. So if it's all sorts, then yes. Increasingly, the number of organizations, individuals who can legitimately say that they are part of that security conversation as genuine stakeholders will increase. It's technology, it's civil society, health, all of this. Climate, a big one. We haven't talked about it today, but being from Lahore, living in Lahore now, the one thing that keeps me up literally because I can't breathe at night is the pollution. So I think we really need to think about that. Yes, this will spread more and more, and that's a good thing. The larger the number of voices and the more the perspectives, I think the better. Not only sectorally, but geographically across Pakistan. That's one issue. The other one, frankly, I would tell you, is demography. Demographics, youth versus the elder generation. Now I deal with 18 to 22-year-olds every day. Not easy, but some great ideas that we won't think otherwise. How do you bring them into this conversation as equals, right? And then gender. I mean, Javed Sahab has started with this comment. It's everywhere. And unless, all of us learn with age, there are real national security issues that, I'm sorry, but maybe provocative, but coming from a man's perspective, you can't solve them, full stop. And so unless we get those voices to come in, it'll be a very difficult proposition.
Thank you, Mohit. Possibly one last question before Mohit leaves. One question. Yes, you put up your, the lady gets the preference, yes? Yourself. Please put up your hand so the mic can come to you.
Hi, I'm Komal Dilshad. I work in the development sector on gender inclusion and rule of law. My question for Dr. Mohit is going to be that while you talk about geopolitics and making sure that Pakistan is not a part of one particular camp, how do you cope with the fact that there are initiatives like the IMEC where economic corridors are being established, where essentially Pakistan has been bypassed, and when you look at it, it's essentially the biggest camps of the world that are collaborating on this, and Pakistan is not a part of that. So for any sitting government or any incoming government, what would your suggestions be to make sure that Pakistan is not left behind? Because if this is the case, then I fear that Pakistan is already left behind rather than thinking that we might be left behind in the future. Thank you.
I think it's a fair point. It's a fair point. Look, my take on this is I'm not quite sure how much it is about Pakistan being bypassed and how much it is about Pakistan not putting itself out there as an attractive proposition. If you know that there is a neighbor that is trying to undermine you across the world whenever they get an opportunity, they seem to have a larger perch now. They're going to try everything. Others are going to try everything. So all the more reason we need to make the value proposition to the world on why we should not be bypassed and why we should be partners. I think we're struggling with that, right? If it were up to me, this is a conversation I've had, I don't know how many times, and always found myself in a difficult situation. But if it were up to me, virtually every single international conversation Pakistan would have would be from an economic diplomacy lens, including, and this is a very, very provocative comment, Pakistan's best chance to do right by Kashmiris, for instance, and get what is legitimately ours is going to be through economic security, not through traditional security. That's just where the world is going. If we can create our currency in a way that countries are dependent on our stability, you will see this entire conversation change gradually over time. So I think it's, the world is not a fair place. And there are many who have wronged us and continue to wrong us. Either we can crib about that, or we can do things where our value proposition is so strong that they can't deny us what they're denying us.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Moeed Yusuf. Wish you bon voyage and safe, happy landings.
Sorry, I apologize, but...
No, we understand.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All the best. Have a good trip. Thank you. And our second speaker, Dr. Faisal Bari, whose bio note appears there, but he's a very well-known writer, analyst, educationist. 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Big thank you to IPRI for inviting me. So I'll start from where Moeed towards the end was saying that the things are not going to be easy, but they have to be done. I believe that, starting with the fact that education, I think, is one of the most neglected sectors in Pakistan, has been for a long time. And this despite the fact that all the rhetoric is to the contrary. It's an issue of rights. We acknowledge that. Article 25A, the state shall provide free and compulsory education to all 5 to 16-year-olds. Yet about 1/3 of our children, 5 to 16, are out of schools. It's an issue of why do we have development? What is it that Moeed wants to achieve? Economic security for whom? It is for the people of Pakistan. If it is for the people of Pakistan, then they're the ends for which we are working. Those ends are really in a poor situation because half of them almost can't read and write, don't have any skills, don't have anything to offer in the modern world. If the modern world, whichever way you go, whether it's for work or for achieving things, education becomes a necessity. A lot of constitutions now define it as a part of the right to life, and I think that's not a bad way of thinking about it. But what are the problems there? Pakistan has one of the most inequitous, fragmented, and poor quality education systems that we see around the world now. I think on education, like a number of things, but especially in education, our comparison is hardly any country other than some countries in sub-Saharan Africa and Afghanistan. And we know Afghanistan has gone through tremendous war in the last 40, 50 years. We haven't had that kind of it, but our education system is about that roughly level. In South Asia, we don't have any comparisons. Bangladesh, India, Sri Lanka, all of them pulled away from us some time ago. So access, 1/3 of our children out of schools, almost. We stopped counting at about 23 million. Now, some people say it's 28 million or not, but it's hard to know because we only register the births of about 40% of our children. So we don't even know where the children are, who are the children, far less having any plans for them to be in school or get educated. Quality, we have so much evidence that our schools, if you stay in school for 8 years, you get education roughly of only about 4 years equivalence. What a waste of resources. What a waste of talent. What a waste of a population that you stay in schools for 8 years and you can hardly do work at the level of grade 4. Equity, as I said, there is no equity in our system. Your access to education is completely dependent on parental income, gender, language, geography, whether you are in urban area or rural, or whether you are in Punjab versus another province, caste, religion. Remember, the rhetoric is all children, irrespective of who they are and where they are. Finance, we spend still, in this age, we spend 1.7% of GDP on education. And now the part about what does this mean? And how, so I want to categorize it. Mohit was saying every time he said something provocative there, I'm going to make it. So here are the provocative statements now. No government has done anything for education for the last many decades. None. What's the biggest thing we've done in the last few years? SNC. How is a single national curriculum related to access, related to quality, equity, finance? Not at all. It was basically a program to shove down accepted history and whatever down the throat of every child across Pakistan. That was it. Nothing more than that. Number two, it's not lack of money. It is not lack of money. And I say that again, one of my teachers used to repeat 3 times. So it is not lack of money. If you looked at recently, there was a very nice report by Hafiz Pasha Saab through UNDP, where it says 2.6 trillion rupees are being transferred to the rich in Pakistan, or better connected, through various subsidies as well as lack of taxation, etc. That's about, if we use either a fraction or full amount, that will triple the amount we have for education. It is not lack of money. Every country that has done mass education, whether it be Japan, Meiji Revolution, 1860s, Europe in the wake of Industrial Revolution, US 200 years ago or so, and the earliest US schools were what? Wherever there was an educated person, they said start teaching. All of them were not as rich as they are now. They were poor countries at that time, yet they chose to spend on education. It's a choice. It's not the lack of resources. Right? Mohit referred to this. So on taxation side, if you look at details, we don't tax retail, we don't tax real estate, we don't tax agriculture. Combined, that's a few 100 billion rupees, more than that probably. Right? We don't tax the rich. We don't tax many people who should be in the tax net. It's a choice. It's not by default. On the expenditure side, we subsidize industrialists, we subsidize exporter, we subsidize agriculturalists, we subsidize real estate owners, and we know some of the largest real estate owners are who in Pakistan. We subsidize all of them, but we don't want to subsidize the poor for their education. There's a continuous rhetoric that I hear in Pakistan, and I've been working on education for a good 15, 20 years now. Oh, Benazir income support program dependent ho jayenge, aadat ho jayegi. Even though there is not an iota of evidence from anywhere in the world that social protection programs do that. Even though the entire world, there's not a single country that does not subsidize education up to high school level, that does not provide also most of that education of quality. Yet we say that no, Pakistan will come up with new ways, private sector se karwa lenge, ye karwa lenge. Not going to happen. Now, but the real question here is then why doesn't it happen? The rhetoric is there. We did the 18th Amendment in April 2010. That's the Article 25A that I just read of the Constitution for a right to education. It was done in 2010. It took us 6-7 years to even make draft laws about 25A. They still stand not implemented across Pakistan. We don't even have a plan for how we are going to get our children educated, far less can we have some implementation of the plan. Now, why is that? I don't have a full answer to that. I mean, I can give you a couple of ideas that I think are there. I think Pakistan has become tremendously fragmented in terms of interests across classes. Most of the lower middle and above classes, so lower middle and higher income groups, have withdrawn from state services in education, health, water, sanitation, security, guards apne rakh liye, and so on and so forth. And that has had a tremendous impact on the voice for public education, public health. Public education, kaun bolega? Yahan itne log baithe hain. Can people raise their hand if their child goes to a government school? Anyone here? Ek. Sorry? Your sister goes to a government school, 2, 3, 4, 5. When the richer classes pull out of education, public education, who will be the voice for public education? Who cares whether a poor child is going to a government school? If whoever are the powerful, imagine if their children रायवंड के करीब के स्कूल में जा रहे होते या यहाँ इस्लामाबाद के गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में जा रहे होते, चाहे वो कोई भी हो, ब्यूरोक्रेट या बाकी जनरल्स या जो भी उनके बच्चे, तो स्कूलों का वो हाल होता जो हमारे स्कूल, सरकारी स्कूलों का इस वक्त हाल है? Of course not. So there is that issue of exit and the weakness of voice for a public. And we know that the political system doesn't work, so the voice doesn't get articulated through there as well. And so the result we have is exactly what I was saying. We just don't care. To me, that is one of the biggest threats to Pakistan. Recently, we had Daron Esimoglu. He was making a presentation to online for us, and he said that in the coming 50, 100, he's a professor of economics at MIT, Why Nations Fail and so on. You must have read some of his work. Daron was making the argument that all countries that have young populations, and Pakistan is probably the second youngest in the world after Afghanistan, and with large populations will have a very difficult time in the next half century or 2 centuries, because creating productive jobs for these populations is going to be a very difficult task. And he's very right about that. Keep in mind, given what population growth rates are, we are adding about 6 million children to the stock of children every year. 6 million, 60 lakh. Those are the children we are adding to the stock of children every year. And if only 2/3 or less of them go to school, we know what the future of this country will look like and what the security problem will be, whichever lens you want to use for using security. Thank you very much. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Dr. Faisalwari. You finished ahead of time, so we have time for questions. Please, the same parameters, please identify yourself and short, precise questions. Anyone here? Anyone there? You're too stunned or? Nay? Amna, you want to say? Okay, good. Yes, wake up.
Kindly bring the mic.
There is one sign of hope there. There's a lady with her hand up. Microphone, please. Microphone.
Microphone on this side.
Where? Sorry, couldn't see. Where? Acha, sorry. Sorry, I missed you. Couldn't see you because of the light. The mic will come right back to you. Ji.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Zahra. Am I audible to everyone? Assalamu alaikum. My name is Zahra. I'm from Gilgit-Baltistan. And I'm a co-founder of a startup named DigiDeaf. Basically, we're working for the skill development of deaf people. And as sir mentioned, the education system of our country, and I would like to highlight a very important matter that we need to work and bring policies for the deaf people of our country, because we have 2 million deaf people in Pakistan, which are not skilled very well, and even they are not properly, they don't get a proper education.
Thank
We
you.
have, okay.
Yeah, he'll respond, I'm sure. Policy specific to specially abled people, right?
Yes.
Including the deaf.
Yes, yes, of course.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's, I'm sure you'll collect that question. We'll take another. Yes, please. The microphone here, please.
Thank you very much. Dr. Faisal Bari, I follow your work very closely. I appreciate it.
Identify.
My name is Dr. Usman Chauhan. I work at CAS, a think tank in Islamabad. Since we're in the mood for provocative statements, I will make a proposition to you that is provocative. The two most important roles in an Islamic society, which we aspire to or claim to be, are the teachers and the judges. And when I look at the condition of both of these in our country, I think that they are the worst people in the worst systems and therefore the worst ranking. So my proposition to you is that we are actually, by that logic, an anti-Islamic society. And I'd like you to respond to that. Thank you.
Thank you. A third to complete the hat trick. Yes, there we are. Here, please. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My name is Engineer Wasim Abasi. I have listened the speech of Dr. Faisal Bari. My comment is, first of all, we should analyze the situation in a whole system, that everything is class-based. Our education, our health, our housing, even everything. So education cannot be seen as an isolated thing. So obviously education is also class-based. So education actually become a commodity, purchasing commodity in Pakistan. So how can we get rid of from this?
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. The lady in red.
Thank you. My question is about
Name.
Anika. I work for the development sector.
Thank
My
you.
question is about we teach children in our schools in either English or Urdu, which neither language is the first language for a majority of our population. Do you think there will be an impact if we start teaching the children in their first or their mother languages? Thank you.
Thank you. And the fourth and final one before we ask, request Dr. Bari to respond.
Assalamu alaikum, sir. I am Zuhair from Qaid-e-Azam University, student of Defense and Strategic Study. Sir, you rightly mentioned that Pakistan should spend more on education. But already our youth, a great youth, well, like MPhil scholar, PhD scholar, facing issues like unemployment. And they are going abroad. It's a great brain drain. It's a alarming situation for Pakistan. A PhD scholar cannot get any job, a young PhD scholar, without any reference. But a retired person can get third and fourth job easily. This is the biggest issue. Sorry to say, this is the harsh reality of our system. Please elaborate some point.
Thank you.
Acha ji. To you, yes. All data sets show about 12 to 15% of our children have one form of challenge or another. And each of those, so it's divided over all the possible disabilities, including hearing, seeing, any physical differences, and then learning, and also Down syndrome as well as autism spectrum. We do not have any, within education, we don't have a lot of policies for children, except for the assumption that most of them will be mainstreamed or will be in an inclusive environment. But this is not enforced in any of the provinces that I know of. Provinces have separate departments for education. Special education is separate from the regular education department, and that makes for very difficult decisions about coordination and how do you bring most of the children to school. So just to give an example, Punjab has a budget of about 450 billion for education and about 15 billion for special ed. There's no comparison between the kind of resources that are being spent. And so, yes, there's a problem. In terms of, yes, so if you want to change education, one big space is going to be how do you change the, how do you make teaching as a profession of choice for people? Right now in Pakistan, teaching is not a profession of choice for most teachers. And that shows in our social structure, etc. as well. A very simple example, you will see green plates and army plates and senator plates and MNA, MPA plates. Have you ever seen a plate that says teacher on any car? That shows you the hierarchy that we place in our society. And I think that will need to change in terms of both the rewards, financial as well as other rewards that we offer, if we really want to bring a different person into the teaching profession and give them a career that is rewarding. Then we will see how education will change. Education is not isolated, definitely, but issue is where do we start, right? Education has the kind of returns for us potentially that can change Pakistan. I'll give you a small example already of something happening not by government policy, almost by default. What is running your private education across Pakistan, where 40% of our children are going? It's all females, girls that we educated over the last 20, 30, 40 years. They've done metric, FA, BA, BA. We are essentially running the private sector, education sector, on the exploitation of that labor. Their wages are below minimum wage. We don't pay them enough. We pay 10, 15, 20, maximum 1,000, where minimum wage, as was said, even for your driver might be 35, 40,000 now. But most of your entire education sector, almost, especially private, but even public, is running off the investment in education that we made over the last 30, 40 years. And there's a very nice paper on this, even, which shows that private schools will open in an area where there was a public high school of the last 20, 30 years, क्योंकि वो बच्चियां जो metric FA करके बैठी होती हैं, वो फिर teacher बनती हैं, right? So investments in education are going to make or break Pakistan. I'm very confident about that, but it's for the society to think about. First language, very true. I think most countries acknowledge, and we have plenty of evidence, that in the first few years, the language that a child brings from the home is the best language in which to teach him or her. And then you switch to, thank you, you start Urdu and English with that even from grade 1. And if needed, you can switch into grade 3, 4, 5, etc. And the second thing is, the usual criticism is some of those languages are not written. For example, Punjabi, we don't use that as writing as much. Sindhi and Pashto we do. But early year education need not be written. Remember how you learned languages. You learned by listening, speaking, reading, and eventually writing. That same process needs to happen in the school also. So early years need not be very exam and written exam driven, and therefore it can very easily be done if there's a sensible language policy, which we have never had. Educated, unemployed, our markets are very fragmented. They are, इसके दो तीन आंसर्स हैं. एक तो ये education has to be given irrespective of employment or unemployment, right? It's an issue of making people's lives better, their decision making better. One educated girl, and we have plenty of evidence of that, will change the entire household in this and next generation. People say that the best investment you can make as a developing country is educating your girl child, right? Why is that? Because it completely changes the household within 10, 15, 20 years, right? Irrespective of whether she comes out to do a job or not. If she does, we'll have plenty of evidence. आप यही देखें. Simple last fact. जब मैं उसके बाद सिर्फ ये देख लीजिए कि just by educating girls, we have pushed the age for marriage, and this is large data set that we have in some areas. We have pushed the age of marriage by 2-3 years. और कोई return ना भी आए education का, ये एक return ही बहुत है. This is enough for us to focus on education if nothing else happens. But we know many other things happen. So hence the educating people, irrespective of the job market, has to be done. But yes, we should have much better connection between education and finishing of education and skills and what is needed in the market. So,
thank you, Dr. Faisal Bari. Now I request Dr. Zafar Mirza, former advisor to WHO and an erudite columnist, please proceed. Thank you. 15 minutes.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much, Javed Jabbar Sahab, and thank you very much, IPRI, for having me. When people like Dr. Faisal Bari or myself talk about very bleak situation with regard to social sectors in Pakistan, we are termed as pessimists or people who only talk about negative things. But that's why I start with something very positive in health sector. So Pakistan, in the face of global pandemic, COVID-19, generated a national response, which despite all odds, despite all difficulties and weaknesses of the health infrastructure in Pakistan, did quite well to an extent that World Health Organization has now included Pakistan in the list of 7 middle and low and middle income countries, which they say that other low and middle income countries can learn from, that how to generate a national response to effectively address a global pandemic. So that's a good news. We did that. And that also opened up this possibility that what Pakistan can do in the health sector in so many different ways. Almost overnight, personal protection equipment, ventilators, oxygen, and so many other things were mobilized, and even people started innovating, which actually talks about the promise that Pakistan and people of Pakistan holds in the area of health sector. So with this, starting with this positive pitch, let me now share with you 2-3 very critical points as background notes before I actually dwell deeper into the situation of health sector from the perspective of national security. First and foremost, I think it is very acknowledgeable, very important that we have started discussing education and health in the context of national security. And thanks to my friend Moeed Yusuf, when he was developing national security policy, the 8 elements that he worked on, although last one but nevertheless, very important one was the human security. And in human security, health was also discussed, although primarily in the context of the recent experience at that time that we had on COVID-19. So that's a good thing that we are discussing these issues from a security perspective as well. Now, talking about security, let me first in the beginning also set the conceptual understanding and the definitional understanding about health security. Health security generally is still considered healthcare in the times of public health emergencies. Whereas my take on this is that national health security has to have a second dimension to it, and that is the current situation of current health conditions and the state of health care in the country, which is no less than also a dimension of national health security. So it has two components: one, in the face of emergencies, and two, what's going on. And together, we have to address the issue of national health security. Another and last point as a prelude is that what COVID also taught us and the world was that the global nature of pandemics and the global nature of the importance of healthcare. You might have heard about this phrase that nobody is safe unless everybody is safe. And that's what happens when the infections spread. And when infections spread across the countries. There is a concept of negative externality in health, and that is that nobody is safe unless a person who is liable or who is possibly going to spread the disease is not taken care of. A patient of tuberculosis, if remain untreated, can actually infect 8 to 10 people in his or her lifetime and make them patients of tuberculosis. So that's the nature of the problem in healthcare, especially with reference to infectious diseases. Now, when I say this, that when nobody's safe unless everybody's safe, it brings a global dimension and a shared responsibility about health and the healthcare of the people of the world, not just of the countries. And hence, international cooperation and actually not just in terms of aiding people, but also in the context of self-preservation. Let me now turn to very quickly also share with you in 3 parts that what is the health situation in Pakistan and why, when I call it even the routine healthcare as a national security threat, what do I really mean by that? Let me qualify this. So 3 parts are where we stand, how we are responding to where we stand, and how we can respond better to where we stand. Quickly, where we stand is a very, very ongoing health emergency, if you like. Starting with population, Faisal referred to it, and Zeba Sattar will exclusively deal with it. But I have to start with this by saying that Pakistan currently has the highest population growth rate in South Asia. We are adding, as we heard, 6 million children every year, which is equivalent to 1 Norway. We add 1 Norway to Pakistan every year. And our total fertility of 3.6 is unhindered. It is static for the last 15 years, despite of spending so much on family planning and population development. There are many ways of explaining the health situation in the country. There is a life course approach, there is a prevalence and incidence of diseases, etc. But let me quickly share with you what is the situation of children and women to start with. What is the situation of infectious and communicable diseases in Pakistan? And what is the situation of non-communicable diseases in Pakistan? So beginning with the women, more than 40% of our women in reproductive age are anemic, iron deficiency anemia. So when they will give birth to children, they will be weak. And they will have different kinds of deficiencies. This is how from it starts. Children born, 40 out of every 1,000 children die in the first month of their life. This is called neonatal mortality. There is only one sub-Saharan country ahead of Pakistan in this respect. That is Lesotho. The neonatal mortality rate of 40 is equivalent to South Sudan. And in talking about equity, if we take this neonatal mortality calculus to Balochistan, the Balochistan, province of Balochistan has neonatal mortality of 68 per 1,000, which is highest in the world. Then we talk about children under the 5 years of age. 40% of them, this has become a popular statistics. 40% of them are stunted. We say this and pass on without realizing that if during first 3 years of a stunted child, if his or her nourishment and nutrition is not improved, and the effects of the malnourishment are not addressed, that child develops irreversible physical and mental stunting for the rest of their life. So 40% of the population, next generation, can be potentially stunted. Isn't it a national security threat? Those children then who go to the school are able to go to the school, although we also have this distinction of having 23 million people out of school. But those lucky ones who go to the school, that studies are showing that every fourth child in a public school that Dr. Faisal was talking about, every fourth child has been found to have some kind of mental problem, either emotional issue or a behavioral disorder. So purely, even if we leave aside the moral argument of investing in health, if we just take economic argument, what would be the kind of the workforce of the future if we are not investing enough and taking enough care of our children? From mother to child health, let's move to the infectious diseases. Very quickly, we are the only two countries in the world, Afghanistan and Pakistan, who have not been able to eradicate polio. And there is a resurgence of polio now. We have one of the highest prevalence of hepatitis C, and we have the fifth largest burden of disease due to tuberculosis. And we are sitting on the verge, that's what epidemiologists are telling us, we are sitting on the verge of HIV/AIDS epidemic. If we talk about non-communicable diseases, International Federation of Diabetes has informed us through their surveys and estimates that adult population in Pakistan above 20 years of age, every fourth adult, both men and women, are type 2 diabetic, and so on and so forth. So when we talk about these statistics, and if we want to be, seen as pessimists, we are not pessimists, we are realists. Because unless we frame these problems in the context of national development and national security, we will not be able to move forward. Now, how we are responding? I will just say, because of lack of time, just one issue. Yes, Pakistan has done social health insurance program, which is also politically motivated and has been unnecessarily universalized. I disagree with this, that we have insured the whole population. This is a wrong policy. It was a social security network for the poor and the vulnerable and should have remained such. It would have been done better that way. But the most important thing is that all these bleak indicators that I agreed with you, I told you about, cannot be improved in the big hospitals in the big cities. They will be improved in the BHUs and the RHCs and the general practitioners at primary healthcare level. And in Pakistan, we have accepted that the primary healthcare is a poor healthcare for the poor people away from big hospitals, big cities. So unless we have some paradigm shift really about our health conditions and health care, which basically means three things quickly. One, that we need to absolutely transform our healthcare by spending whatever money that we have on tertiary hospitals to primary healthcare. If we don't do that, this situation will become worse to us. Secondly, we have to spend more on health. And I agree with Faisal, it is not a question of money, it is a question of priority. We have not prioritized health and education in our country. And third and last, we are not preparing also our health workforce, health professionals, to deal with these problems that I have shared with you in an effective way, because their curriculums, their trainings are also meant to make them specialists and not to go to the primary health care and do preventive and promotive health care.
Thank you. Thank you.
I rest my case. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Saab. While I would have liked to continue the process of an immediate set of questions, due to the discipline of time, we will take questions after the last speaker. We need to finish by about 6:20. So the next speaker is Dr. Zeba Sattar, country representative of the Population Council, very eminent demographer of Pakistan.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and thank you to the Islamabad Policy Research Institute for including population in your set of non-traditional threats. I also would like to acknowledge that under the leadership of Moeed Yusuf Saab, that population, but particularly in the form of migration, urbanization, and other aspects of population dynamics were included in the climate security policy. But similar to the comments made by Faisal Bari, Dr. Faisal Bari and Dr. Zafar Mirza, often things do appear in policy, but do sort of fade away when it comes to action. And similar is the case for population. Unlike the other speakers, I do have a PowerPoint presentation. Perhaps it'll wake up some of the people in the room to see some of the very startling figures about population dynamics in Pakistan. I think I actually have the control, and hopefully, I don't know where I point it, but point kahan karna hai? ये point करना है। Perhaps somebody running the PowerPoint, I can just point to them. Ji, so it's not working. So I'll just say next. First of all, I do want to say that, up next 12, that while population growth and population size may not be seen as a problem by many people in Pakistan, I would like to take the 10 minutes that I have to show that it, in fact, does a lot to multiply some of the threats that we are facing and the ones that have been talked about and some of the other ones that I will mention. And just dramatically, the population size, if you look at population size in 1980, we were about 80 million. We are 3 times the size in 2023. Just in 40 years, we've gone up by, we've trebled. That is not so much of concern to me as is the fact that everyone seems pretty unconcerned. Adding 10 million, 5 million, you talked about adding the school age population, does not seem to concern very many people in Pakistan. And that is what is really driving really the question. If it is, in fact, a threat multiplier, why, in fact, is it not being taken seriously? It was taken seriously and is being taken seriously. Next slide, please. By our very neighbors that have been mentioned repeatedly. India. India's growth rate is now down to 0.9. They too could have really lauded over the fact that population numbers mean strength. They actually pose a kind of impediment against external threats, which seems to be our argument for growing our population. And then if we add to it, if you can press another click, our census results, which just came out. No, sorry, it's gone on too far. But going back to the earlier point, our current census shows that our intercensal growth rate is 2.55%. We expected much uproar after that. But actually, no, I was very involved in this sharing of the census results. The uproar was about how undercounted each province was, how undercounted each ethnic group was. So the question is, are we really pursuing an antinatalist policy? Are we concerned about the numbers? Or are we really pursuing very actively a pro-natalist policy? We certainly have politicized our population data to the extent that we want to exaggerate the numbers, not actually come up with accurate numbers, because the whole idea is it's not grounded, the census is not grounded in a reality of counting the number of people for whom the state has the responsibility to provide services. Essentially what Dr. Bari is talking about and Dr. Mirza, we are unconcerned. We can keep growing because we're really unconcerned about the services. And let me then quickly go through the threat multipliers. First of all, मुझे लग रहा है कि there is a kind of disconnect between this slide and that, but let me stay with this slide. Who was concerned? The most unexpected quarters was the Supreme Court Chief Justice Saqib Nisar Saab, who was of course concerned about various things such as hospital quality, school quality, etc. Took suo motu notice after the 2017 census results, which were in fact not as alarming as the subsequent census results. And a policy was formed. Apparently, we all decided, the Council of Common Interests all signed off, the provinces were involved, the Prime Minister was involved, and in 2018, we thought we finally had a consensus on reducing population growth rate as our policy. But by now, 2024, we are at the end of 2023, we were supposed to reduce our population growth rate to 1.5. But as I just told you, we just have had a recent census, and we are at 2.55, an average rate for the last 5 years, which is 1% more. It has huge implications for the already difficult task of sending children to school. So I asked the question in my next slide, please. What is it that's plaguing Pakistan? Is it basically a question of that we have a policy failure, or do we lack intent? Well, in terms of policy, till about the 2000 mark, we did have fairly reasonably good policies. They were embedded in our development plans, which of course now have gone away. I mean, we don't have any development planning actively, not for a long or medium term. We can at least say there were plans, but they were weakly implemented. The failure of education and health has also expedited, I mean, it has exacerbated, the fact that we haven't been able to reduce fertility because of the lack of female education, bad health, etc. Discontinuity of policies is another problem. We get a different government, different policies. But I must tell you that I don't want to sound altogether negative either. There was a period of the 90s when we did have considerable success because of good policies. And policies such as the Lady Health Worker Program, huge success in community outreach, and really also the social marketing program that we had. But lately, I think what we have found is a conflicting policy in the National Finance Commission Award, which is the formula that divides, I think you all know, divides the funding across provinces. And it's tied totally to population size, 82% of weightage to population. So the populations have been, the provinces have been actually disincentivized in terms of how much they spend to actually reduce population growth rate. But I do think that ultimately it's the lack of intent. I think this was mentioned, Dr. Faisal and Dr. Zafar Mirza. It's really the lack of intent. We find excuses not to do anything. Religion is something that we hide behind. And I'll just show you that I don't think that we should be using that as an excuse anymore. I think that political ownership, as I already pointed out, having a large number of constituents means that you have greater political power. And I think the fact that we never really grounded our policy in terms of human rights, human entitlement, women's rights, has another reason why we have really failed. Because as Moeed Yusuf said, perhaps if you do actually care about women's rights and give them full entitlement, they may change the way we do things more radically. And I do want to bring up in this particular audience that I have really, I think there is strong reason to believe that a large population was seen as a geostrategic advantage for various reasons that I think that we don't need to go into, but it was seen as a buffer to all the external threats. So let me move on quickly and say why I think that the argument should change and the internal threats that the rapidly population growth rate is posing far exceed whatever advantage, economic or external, in terms of security was seen or is being seen by certain quarters in increasing or ignoring the rapid population growth rate. The first one, threat multiplier one, if I can go on, is that really to education, investments in education. Yes, we do lack the intent to invest in education, but I think a rapid population growth rate really erodes whatever gains, because we have made gains in terms of increasing enrollment rates for girls. But if I can move on now quickly, we still have, next, the number of children out of school, and 33% are females and 27% are males. And this is despite the constitutional amendment. Next. If we look at the current age-sex pyramid, it really speaks to the main argument being made by a lot of quarters. And believe me, we do encounter this in terms of economists and other people, even in terms of political, how should I say, resistance to moving forward on this agenda, is really that we have this big labor force. And I think there was, Dr. Moeed Yusuf alluded to the fact that exporting labor seems to be one of our main policy directives. Well, how are you going to export labor except it's going to be very, very unskilled labor? Because the majority of your labor force hasn't even gone beyond post-secondary, particularly female. The females are being left behind. And even internally, I think there was a comment that our own labor force requirements are being mismatched. We are not even able to fulfill them. So I think that's the basic threat multiplier. Then if we move on, health, which was adequately, I think, covered by Dr. Zafar Mirza. But I just want to say that we have proof that the high fertility rate is leading to a huge and embarrassing number of, and we are really culpable of 11,000 maternal deaths happening a year. And we all know that if a mother dies in a family, what the outcomes are in terms of child outcomes going into the future. Similarly, I could have shown you much more about infant deaths and neonatal deaths, but they've already been mentioned by Dr. Zafar Mirza. So I'll move on to the next one, which is threat multiplier 3, which is really about unwanted fertility. And this is again an argument used repeatedly in Pakistan कि हमारे यहाँ तो गरीब बहुत बच्चे पैदा करते हैं क्योंकि वो चाहते हैं कि वो कमाएं. And blaming perhaps a more benign explanation would be कि हमारे यहाँ social security नहीं है इस वास्ते बच्चे ज़्यादा. But the facts speak to themselves. Yes, to some extent, there is high fertility amongst, wanted fertility amongst the poor, but the largest amount of unwanted fertility, up to one child on average, happens in the poorest families. And the very last, if I can move on, climate. Somebody talked about climate, and I think we should be paying much more importance. This is the new concern, climate impact. And if we look at how Pakistan is being affected, the COP28 is going to talk about 1.5 degree rise in temperature. Well, if I can move on, just in the last 30 or so years, a part of Pakistan, particularly in Balochistan and some districts in Sindh, have experienced more than a 1 degree rise in temperature, and about 8 million are affected acutely, and another 51 million are affected by more than a 0.9 degree rise just in a span of 30 years, with huge implications for livelihoods and health. So what do I recommend, if I can move on to the last slide practically? I think that we really need to, if we are serious about population, if I've managed to convince you in the brief time that I had that population growth is a threat multiplier, then there must be a policy turnaround. First of all, unlike the case of education where Dr. Bari argued that we spend enough, I don't think we're spending much on population services. We are currently spending about 25 billion rupees on a population of 240 million, which means we are barely spending about 100 rupees. There is some external financing, but very little. So services for family planning and to reduce population growth rate, particularly unwanted fertility, are not there. I think we will have to talk about the NFC formula. Like in the case of India, they reduced the percentage attached to population to about 50%. And they have a counter fund, 15%, to actually improve the human development indicators. And actually that would lead to a reduction in fertility. And third, I think we have to really build a consensus. There is no consensus. Whereas we think that something is a no-brainer and a reduction in fertility and in the rapid population growth rate is an absolute must. There are plenty of people who are very powerful who actually oppose this. So I think populations, and above all, I think you're going to be talking, Dr. Sakib is going to be talking about the economy. It's all about the economy. And unless the economic reform agenda has something specific on population reduction, actually we've lost the case before we've even started. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Devasatar. And we will go to Dr. Tariq Banoori, Professor of Economics at this time at the University of Utah, but previously with HEC in Pakistan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much to IPRI and to all the colleagues for inviting me. I feel we are at the end of the session and people are about to go to sleep. And it's not my fault, but when I was in school, like everybody else, I used to play cricket. I was not a good player. So oftentimes I would go at the end of the team, and sometimes when they had basically screwed up and were about to lose, I would go up and they would expect me to do a Glenn Maxwell there. And of course I didn't. You know, second or third ball I would be out. And then they would say, oh, it's all your fault. तुम्हारी वजह से हार गए हैं. तो मुझे भी ऐसा लगता है कि you know, we have been going through this all day, and being one of the last speakers, I feel that it's not my fault, but I'm going to be blamed. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot to say. Each one of us have a lot to say about the non-security threats posed by our inattention to, neglect of, and even hostility to some of the areas we have talked about, namely education, health, population, and now climate change. I would restrict myself to climate change. I would use a word that Zeba has just used. Climate change is a threat multiplier. Climate change is a threat multiplier. Every threat that you see, it is going to multiply it. To go back to some of the basics, I just have a 4-point agenda. I just want to say one or two words about climate change itself. Want to talk about where we are today, what have we done, and what should we do. As far as climate change, I'm not going to go into the science. Many people now know about this. But I want to say a couple of things. One, that climate change is already here. It is not in the future. Number two, and more importantly, it is here to stay. It is going to be with us for a while. I oftentimes give the example to people that there's a big difference between, on the one hand, you have a stomach food poisoning, and on the other hand, you have something like a heart disease. If you have food poisoning, you go to the doctor, they give you antibiotics, 3 days later, you're back on your feet, you're as good as new, as if nothing had happened. If you have a cardiac problem, you're going to live with it for the rest of your life. It's not going to be something that is going to be solved. You have to live with it. You have to try to have a good quality of life in spite of the fact that you have a cardiac problem. Now, climate change is like the cardiac problem. It is here to stay in your lives, even the lives of the younger people here, in the lives of your children, in the lives of your grandchildren, in the lives of your great-grandchildren. This problem will be here. We have to learn not only to deal with it, but to prosper in it. We have to learn to improve, to address our developmental concerns, our security concerns, our sovereignty concerns, our poverty eradication concerns, our health and population and education concerns in a world that will be defined by climate change. That is the reality. And that's something that we need to live with. Point number two, what is the situation in Pakistan? In Pakistan, in the 20th century, the temperature had already gone up 0.6 degrees above the pre-industrial levels. In the 21st century, we expect that Pakistan is going to be hit hard by climate change. Our average temperature is going to be 1 degree Celsius, projected 1 degree Celsius above what happens to the rest of the world. We are going to become hotter even though we are a hot country. The only advantage is that the northern areas are going to get a little bit hotter and the southern areas are not going to get as hot, but nevertheless, it's going to be hotter. There is already a significant increase in extreme events, floods, droughts, even sea level rise. We have had some cyclones. Our groundwater levels are being deteriorated and depleted. So in all of the areas which refer to us, we are already seeing the impacts of climate change. So climate change is not only here, it is affecting us. We know all of this. Pakistan, they say, is among the top affected countries, not the top vulnerable countries, top affected countries. One of the things which is likely to happen is that, our wheat and rice and cotton, they live in particular habitats. They have a comfortable habitat. That zone is shifting, and so our wheat and rice yields are going to decline. Wheat by about 10% and rice by about 20%. They're going to decline in the 21st century. There is overall falling water availability in Pakistan, but that's largely because of what Zeba said. That's largely because of population growth. Climate change is going to make it worse. There's groundwater depletion. And as I said, all the 4 national goals, development, poverty, security, and sovereignty, are already being affected by it. Now, what has Pakistan done? Here I have basically 2 broad points to make. One is that in terms of climate change, which is a global problem, climate change is a global problem. Pakistan has 3 kind of goals. Number 1, highest priority, save lives, save property, save our agriculture, save our food security. These are things we need to address. This is the highest priority. Our second priority, also very high, is that our economic growth, our developmental agenda, our sustainable development agenda, our poverty eradication agenda should not suffer. It should actually keep on, we should actually keep on progressing. And finally, we also want to make sure that we honor any international commitment that we make, because we want our fellow countries also to honor their commitments that they make to us. So we need to make sure that we honor our international commitments. Unfortunately, Pakistan's policies have been quite weak in this regard. This is not anything special to climate change. Most of the issues you heard, Pakistan has a total neglect of the issues we are talking about. There is neglect, even hostility about education, health, population, etc. So is the same with climate change. I have divided it up into 3 parts. I will just mention to you quickly. There is something we call conscious policy making. Pakistan consciously makes policy about climate change. It is a joke. Don't even waste time looking at it. It's a joke. It's a long list, about 345 policies listed in alphabetical or not alphabetical, some random order, stapled together, and they call it a policy. It's not, no serious government should have policies like this. And this has been going on for 20 years, over 20 years. 2012, Pakistan Climate Change Policy. 2013, the Framework for Implementation of Pakistan Climate Change Policy. 2017, the National Climate Change Act. It's a joke. So I don't have the time to go into the details of why it's a joke, but take my word for it. But number 2, there is something called an unstated objective of climate policy. जो कहते नहीं हैं, लेकिन मकसद वही है. And what is that? Dollars. We want the West, we want the World Bank, we want the Green Climate Fund, we want them to give us money. There's a diagram there. We haven't been very successful, but gee, we do know how to have the hat in hand. It's not, since we don't have a good policy, we cannot raise money. But that's basically everything. We make policy because we think it's going to get us money. Damn it, you have to make some better policies. But number 3, I also want to point out to the fact that actually we do have some unstated, unconscious policy implementation. We don't say it. The government doesn't even know it, but it has done it. I once calculated that we already, this was a few years back, that we had already done a 1% deviation from the trend line because of a number of actions that we had taken without saying anything about climate. We had set up renewable energy plants, solar plants, windmill plants, biogas plants. We had set up a nuclear energy plants. We had done, at that time, we had gone to Euro 2, which was great. Now we should go to Euro 5 or 6, but nevertheless, we made some progress. We had set up the bus rapid transit. We had done the billion tree tsunami. And when I added up all of those, it added up to 1% immediately and about 7.5% over the long run. We had already done it. You ask any government official, they don't even know it. This is something that now the thing is that yes, we should do these things, and these are things we do because they are already in our benefit, right? We do work on international issues because they benefit us. This is the best way to do climate policy, but we don't even realize it because we don't really have a significant systematic way of thinking about it. Now, what should be done? Again, I can go chapter and verse, but I will leave you with one single thought. Zafar Mirza reminded us that when we addressed the COVID issue, we were applauded for the fact that we had done it so well that we could teach others to do it. I am going to basically say that this is a germ of an idea. And in order to elaborate the germ of an idea, let me just give you a couple of examples. Think about climate change mitigation. What did different countries do? United States set up what is called demand management system, portfolio standards. They told people you have to have more solar energy plants in your mix. And indeed, that began to work. United States also, various times, they invested in technology. So, you have good battery technology, you have good solar cells technology, etc. Europe also did some demand management policy. They had feed-in tariffs, which basically says encourage everybody to start installing renewable energy. That created a demand for it. What did China do? China said, gee, everybody wants solar. Everybody wants nuclear. Everybody wants wind. We are going to start producing it and selling it. In 2005, China had no capacity worth speaking of in solar, wind, and nuclear. Export. By 2010, China was the largest single exporter of solar, wind, and nuclear. It was too expensive yet for them to start using it, but they were exporting it and making money. And when they did that, they brought the prices down and they started using it themselves. Now, the advice is the following. Climate change is a threat. Let's confront it, but let's do what the intelligent people do. It's a threat to everybody. The moment you find a solution, you export it. We have found a solution for health, export it. We've set up the National Disaster Management System, which has brought down mortality significantly, has brought down the cost significantly, export it. You want to do something on solar and wind, start producing and selling them to the rest of the world. Eventually, it will become cheaper enough for you to do it. So, ladies and gentlemen, my idea is very simple. Climate change is a threat. It's a threat multiplier. It's going to wash out everything else that you have done if you don't address it. It's already having an impact. Let's begin to address it, but let's not begin to address in a stupid way. Let's not wait for money from the West. It's never going to come. Forget about it. Let's get ahead and start addressing the problems the way they need to be addressed. I thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Dr. Tariq Banouri. Precisely 15 minutes. Thank you very much. And may I request Mr. Saqib Shirani, who is the CEO, Macroeconomic Management, and a writer. You have the floor, 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Saab, and thank you, IPRI. Thank you to all of you for staying back. I'm sure it wasn't because of me, but anyway. And so all of you stayed back. I wish Dr. Moeed had also stayed back because I fundamentally disagree with him. And I fundamentally disagree with this mantra that has been created, especially since April 2022, that it's the economy is stupid, right? So let me build the case, but before I do that, let me quickly sort of contextualize what I'm going to say. And I think we all know a lot of the things that I'm going to say initially, and a lot of some, insights have already been presented. We all know that Pakistan is not in a good place. It's not been in a good place for a long time, right? So that raises certain questions of why we have not tackled the issues that have just kept on piling on, be it climate change or population or a health insecurity or our education emergency. We called it many years ago an education emergency, and we still, haven't addressed it the way we should have. On top of that, over a period of years, Pakistan finds itself, I use the term polycrisis, many of us have used that term, Maliha Lodi, Dr. Maliha Lodi, etc. But now I think maybe even that polycrisis is not sufficient to really capture what Pakistan is experiencing. We've moved into what I would call a perma-crisis. We're in a state of perma-crisis. And I think the sooner we realize that, the better. And it's important to realize why we are in that situation before we can, sort of talk about prescriptions. So we've moved from secular stagnation, and I don't use, the word secular as a double entendre or a pun. It's a long-run stagnation, and then from there, unfortunately, we found ways to move to secular decline. And this is across not just the economy, and that's a really important point. It's across all the essential and existential dimensions of a polity, be it economic, but more importantly, it's social as well as governance related, right? So our institutional framework has frayed to the point where we are unable to support all the development agendas or items that we've put on the agenda. Now, why is that the case? Right. So before I come to that, let me just give you a quick snapshot. And many of the things have already been mentioned. Since I sort of write about the economy or think about the economy or talk about the economy, we all know that Pakistan's economy is now, it has been actually for the last about 5 to 7 years, the sick man of South Asia. Right. This is inconceivable because in the 90s, when I used to point out certain trends that were happening, or the early 2000s, to my friends in Islamabad, in the power centers, they used to say, aap to bahut hi negative hai. Bangladesh will never overtake Pakistan. India is maybe, at par with Pakistan, but certainly don't compare us with anything like, sub-Saharan Africa or whatever. That's too far-fetched. Well, that doesn't seem to be too far-fetched now, unfortunately. And if you talk about our human development indicators, we sit at 161 out of 191 countries on the Human Development Index. Faisal has already mentioned that we have the highest number of out-of-school children. So it's not just a number. We have the highest number of out-of-school children in the world. One of the highest rates of stunting of under 5 children in the world. We have one of the lowest participation rates of women in the labor force in the world. And Pakistan ranks in the 25th percentile for rule of law and in the 23rd percentile for control of corruption, right? So these are not new things. These are things that have been happening for a long period of time, and we've just happily sort of ignored them. So it raises the question, why has it been left addressed for so long? And why has this situation persisted across all forms of government? Military interventions, hybrid governments, sort of quasi-civilian governments. It's persisted across the board. So clearly there are foundational issues at work that have not been resolved. And this whole situation is emblematic of very strong elite capture. Now, we've talked about this for the last 1 year, especially. We've, there's a consensus that there's a strong elite capture in Pakistan. What we really don't talk about is a corollary to that, which is at play in Pakistan. Especially in Pakistan. I can't speak for other countries. I've looked at elite capture in Argentina and Egypt. In some countries, there is the corollary at work, but I can't say for sure. I can say that for Pakistan. As a Pakistani citizen on the ground, I've seen this for a long period of time, and many of you have seen it. And now, since April 22, we've seen it in its most raw and naked form. And that is a toxic governance model. What are the elements of this toxic governance model? We want to extract geopolitical rents. That is the #1 go-to policy for our policymakers to prop up the economy, their own economy primarily, but generally the economy. There's a co-option of status quo insiders. There's a weak institutional framework, obviously, because that is, that's just the sort of nature of the beast of elite capture. Elite capture will never tolerate a strong institutional framework that provides checks and balances. And unfortunately, another element of this is that we want to provincialize national parties. And this is really, so when you talk about threats to Pakistan, non-traditional threats, you have to talk about your own governance model and how this is such a major threat to Pakistan, right? So this is a classic agency problem. And what we know is that, ruling elites are comfortably numb. Status quo insiders will never have the incentive to change. So I'm really skeptical about the SIFC, the Charter of the Economy, the national security policy. You're talking about a pivot to geoeconomics, et cetera, because if these were things that were to happen, they would have happened, right? So we're still constructing things that are looking at the whole problem from the prism of the economy, whereas the problem really is that there is strong elite capture, and these people, those people who are running the show in Pakistan, the ruling elites, have no incentive to change, even when the house is on fire and the economy is collapsing. I don't want to talk about the other bits, but certainly they still don't have the incentive to change. And one of the reasons they don't have the incentive to change, I'm glad ex-ambassador Rafael is here, because what I'm going to say is probably concerns that part of the world. One of the reasons our elites do not have incentive to change is because of the role of the international establishment. They create a moral hazard in Pakistan. Our ruling elites do not have to face the consequences of their action and inaction the way you and I or our children will have to face. They don't have to face the consequences of climate action, because they'll go to countries or migrate to countries that will allow them to live better lives. So I think this is a huge problem as well. Now, so my bottom two last 2 points are that even constructs like geoeconomics and Charter of the Economy are red herrings at best, or diversions at the worst. Very sinisterly crafted diversions to get us off the big elephant in the room, get our vision off the elephant in the room. And that elephant is that to be able to do all the things that we've spoken about, to be able to address both the traditional and the non-traditional security challenges and other challenges in Pakistan, to make lives of Pakistani citizens worth living, we have to embrace constitutional democracy. We have to embrace rule of law. We have to give voice and representation to each and every citizen in Pakistan. And that is how we will address these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Saqib Shirani Sahab. I think by referring to the political, you have summed up all the very valuable inputs we've had. Now you want to, may I? Since we started just 10 minutes late, so we'll have 5 minutes for questions for all these very good presentations, which were not followed immediately.
15 minutes for question and answer.
15 minutes. Arey ladki, 5 minutes to bichare chairman ko to de dein. 10 minutes for question answers and 4 minutes president of IPRI. 4 minutes mujhe mil jayenge. Chalo 3 minutes kar de. Acha. Optimal time for, yes, but the front row should not be given preference over the back rows. Zara sa sabar. Arey piche walo, kyun itne sust ho yaar? Hain? Any questions from the back rows, back benchers? No, you've already had one question. You've had one. But chalo, since you're older than that gentleman, you're the opposite.
Assalamualaikum, sir. I am Zuhaib again.
Ji.
My question is to respected Dr. Zafar. The whole Pakistan nation continuously in a state of depression, tension, and anxiety due to political instability and polarization. Don't you think, sir, this could be injurious invisible threat of our national psychological health security. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. One question for Dr. Saab. You were next. Please go ahead. And then you. Yeah.
Hello. My question to Saqib Shirani Saab, you have talked about strong elite capture. So actually, status quo forces are too much strong that it is very difficult to dismantle this strong elite capture by using public power through democracy and other ways. So what is the way out to get rid of from this strong elite capture in Pakistan? What is the way out?
Thank you. Yes. Last question.
Assalamu alaikum, sir. Ashar Siddiqui from NUST. My question is from Dr. Zafar Mirza. There is one topic that is slightly overlooked, not slightly, well, quite literally overlooked in Pakistan and is increasingly debated in the West, and that is about the bioethics, the relationship between the patient and the doctor. So how do you think bioethics should develop in Pakistan? Should it be something that is individually and independently isolated towards the experts, or should there be a national policy? And if there should be a national policy, how should the state go about it? Thank you.
So, shall we lead off? Dr. Zafar Mirza, please respond. You have two questions, the first one and the last one. Others, if they wish to comment, are also welcome.
You talked about mental health and the growing incidence of depression and anxiety. What I call this is, as if we have a public health crisis in Pakistan, mental health crisis is a crisis within a crisis. And definitely, the figures are going up and up. In 2090, depression as on the ranking of 25 most common problems in Pakistan was on 22nd rank. In 2019, it was on 16th rank. So this is how it is growing. And we do not have a precise mental health policy in the country. Of course, it should be part of the national health policy. But the real issue is that, again, going back to what I said in my talk, that unless we integrate primary mental health in the primary health care, we will not be able to address these problems. One of the statistic which you may remember explain the whole context of mental health. When we talk about mental health, psychiatrists comes to mind and psychologists come to mind. There is a total number of 900 psychiatrists in fifth largest country of Pakistan, of the world. We have 900 psychiatrists, and we have about 2,000 to 3,000, the way you want to count them, psychologists. So unless we start training our existing health professionals at primary healthcare level and integrate these as essential healthcare services, we are not going to address this. And definitely, it's a big problem. Bioethics. We do have, and actually when I was in the office, we did create a national bioethics committee, which is actually primarily focusing on bioethics in health research in Pakistan. But I agree with you, it is a much larger problem, and it has to have a much larger addressal of this issue. The most important thing is that there is no concept of ethics in healthcare in Pakistan. So what is going on, and I have written about it in my columns, there is no other word but to explain it this way, that there is a medical corruption which is going on in Pakistan, right, left, and center, and especially in the private sector, where the pharmaceutical companies and the importers of pharmaceuticals and other health products are bribing health professionals at the cost of the patients. This is how it is. So, and our professional organizations of medical practitioners have completely failed, rather they are in their pocket. So it's a big moral crisis and a medical crisis in the country, and it needs to be addressed. But again, when we discuss about these specific issues, we need to take a step back. What is happening in the health sector in Pakistan is happening in one way or the other in the society at large. There is a governance crisis, there is a moral crisis. And unless we address it in a holistic way, you cannot create an excellence of island of excellence only in the health sector. So I think we need to have this zoom in and zoom out kind of thinking about all our socio-economic problems.
Thank you. Thank you. Saqib Shirani Sahab.
Gee, thank you. Thank you for that question. It's really important. But if you allow me, before that, let me just quickly comment on what you said. And it's, you know, it's so true. There was a few years ago, there was a psychologist from UK who works in Pakistan. He visits every year and works with communities here. He told me something. He said, he said, like you cannot see the quality, the bad quality of air that you're breathing. Not forget Lahore, even in Islamabad. The same way, you cannot see the psychosocial toxicity in the society. It's gone up to such high levels that it's actually really affecting mental health, across all age groups. Even children are being affected. So it is, obviously Zafar Saab would know better, but it is a crisis probably in the making, or probably a crisis that's already erupted. And we're not helping with, the narratives we're building or the things that we're doing at the national level. I think we need to diffuse the situation and take it to, start governing this country in a more normal manner, in a normal fashion, that will really bring down this issue. I wish I had an answer. I don't. Nobody does, because around the world, so just to give you a small anecdote, many years ago, there was a conference here. There was a professor from Argentina, and I was chairing the session. We spoke about elite capture. He spoke about elite capture. And at the end of the session, I asked him, I said, how do we, the same question that you asked, how do we tackle this issue? And he laughed. He said, how old is your country? And I said, then it was 67 years. He said, we've been fighting it for 150 years. We haven't broken from it, So it's really difficult to break free from it. The only way it happens is when the elites have this inner realization that this is completely unsustainable. And they move to a model where the Soharto model, or whatever you want to call it, they start becoming, less extractive. And they let the pie grow and take a smaller share of it, but that share in absolute terms becomes larger and larger. But they somehow realize that this is unsustainable. So in their own interest, self-interest, and this is what I think Stephen Durkheim also talks about in Gambling for Development. He was here talking about an elite bargain. My only issue with that is an elite bargain should not become a bargain for the elites. Right? I mean, it's already a bargain for the elites, right? So we have to do some things differently, where the elites also don't get away scot-free. They pay the price, and they lose some of their privileges and their benefits or whatever to normalize the situation. But I don't have answer. Just quickly, there are two fantastic books. Dr. Faisal Bari mentioned one of them, one of my favorite books, Why Nations Fail. The other one is by Jared Diamond, called Upheaval. It's a really easy to read book about 7 case studies of 7 countries that went through national crises and how they adapted to them and how they coped with them. And I think it's a book to read, because at the end he draws 7 takeaways of how countries can manage this. The top one is elitization. They have to realize that we're in a crisis.
Thank you very much. Saqib Shirani Sahab.
एक सेंटेंस
Dr. Faisal Bari wants
वैसे
1 minute.
जी बिल्कुल, उससे भी कम. मैं सिर्फ ये कहना चाहता था, 2 ही तरीके हैं जी. तो या either the elites realize that it is in their interest and in national interest to change, या फिर तोड़ फोड़ से होगा. That's the only 2 ways that this happens. तोड़-फोड़ से होगा फिर जी।
तोड़-फोड़ से जी। उस पे ताली बज रही है, माशाल्लाह। क्या बात है। Thank you. I wish questions had been put to Dr. Zeba Sattar and Dr. Tariq Banoori, because both of them also made very substantive presentations. But that is not to detract from the excellent presentations made by Dr. Zafar Mirza and yes, Saqib Shirani Saab, certainly. So please go ahead. A couple of minutes.
This issue about elite capture and how to address it. I mean, yes, there is a revolutionary pathway. I personally don't subscribe to it because I haven't seen a lot of post-revolution successes, certainly in recent years. I do think that there are a number of ways, some of them which go back to the traditional knowledge that we have. The democratic governance system was built fundamentally on checks and balances. Restoring the checks and balances is a very important task. Our constitution does have checks and balances built in. We have disabled them one by one. There is no political demand for restoring them. The bureaucracy itself is a check. It has been dismantled. The system of accountability of our elected leaders is a check. It has been dismantled. I think this is the path that we need to work on in order to address the elite capture issue. इस तरह से नहीं होगा. Getting the bureaucracy, the police out of the hands of the political bosses, I think it's very important so that it can play the corrective role that it is supposed to play. और फिर हमारे जो accountability mechanisms हैं, the other accountability mechanisms, including the nature of exit from the political system, these are things that need to be strengthened. And that does require us to speak and even to understand these things correctly. But just last one thing is, but do remember that this is not a short-term policy option. This is something that requires sustained effort. And we all, as citizens, need to organize to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Zeba Sattar, do you want to have the last word? Well, regrettably, you will now have to suffer a few minutes from the chair. Hopefully, they'll be short. I just want to say I think we benefited greatly, starting with Dr. Moeed Yusuf, Dr. Zeba Sattar, Dr. Zafar Mirza, Dr. Tariq Banoori, Saqib Shirani Sahab, and Dr. Faisal Bari. All of them made individually very thoughtful presentations based on rich experience. And I benefited, even though I may have known some of the data or the observations. It was so refreshing to listen to them and to the questions. A very engaged last session. Is this the last session or is it the second last session? The second, my God, stamina hai bhai, zabardast. I mean, and this is youthful, the youthful demographic of Pakistan. I have two observations to make. One, I find irony. I find irony in the fact that we are looking at non-traditional threats to our security. When the most important, most powerful institution in this country, which shall remain unnamed, deals with the traditional threats, which is not to say that it does not have capacity to deal with non-traditional threats. Our military, I've gone and named it, our military has capacity in the non-military sphere as well, unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately. It is a very welcome capacity when it comes to disaster relief, to emergencies, catastrophes, the discipline, cohesion, singularity, unity of command is marvelous, life-saving, life-changing. But it is also true that the military has not stopped there. The military's influence, not only on traditional security, but non-traditional security spheres is growing. Is that good? The Prime Minister recently said that the military has very good capabilities. Yes. But is that good in the long term? My respectful, humble submission is no. It is not good for the military. It is not good for the total body politic of Pakistan. For an institution so capable in one sphere to gradually expand its influence, overtly and covertly. And one says this, obviously, with the best of intent, and I hope it is taken in that spirit. The second observation I have is that when we refer to the incapacity of our system to respond, the current term is elite capture. Elite capture is not new. Elite capture has been there as a bitter reality of human society, the inequity of wealth, the inequity of the power to use violence. The poor and the middle classes have always been oppressed. And we thought democracy will alleviate this. It hasn't. It hasn't even in the countries where democracy is supposed to be far more stable than us. Inequality in those democracies is far greater today than it was 60 years ago, 50 years ago. So, per se, economic progress and economic development and growth is not a guarantee for equity. We know that. But in our country, are we living too comfortably with a political system and an electoral system that is non-representative? From the word go. In 75 years, or since 1970 when we started holding elections, average voter turnout has never exceeded 50%. Half of Pakistan's adults have never given an opinion, have never chosen a side. They have either been apathetic or completely lost in terms of choices. They just don't vote. And as a result, we have a bizarre system of first past the post, which we have blindly inherited from Westminster and treated it, nauzubillah, almost as sacred as the Holy Quran. And we don't want to change it. We don't want to change it because we have elites elected again and again. A candidate who gets barely 15%, a party that gets barely 15% of the total vote, gets an open general license to rule the country for 5 years and to represent all the 100%, including the 50% who never voted, and out the remaining 50%, the 30% who voted against that winning candidate. I mean, this has to be one of the most anomalistic, absurd electoral and representative systems. And it doesn't matter that countries practice it, the United States practices it, the UK practices it, India practices it. That doesn't validate the system. In my humble opinion, we need radical, basic reform. If Shirani Saab says constitutional democracy, it must mean something to every citizen. And it doesn't. The disinterest, the cynicism about the forthcoming election is so dispiriting to see. Old or young, they do not expect anything good to come out of it. Because they already know, apart from being the fact that it is not going to be representative since 50% will not vote, they also know that out of the 50% who will vote, some of them will not be allowed to vote because their leaders are in prison. Some of them will never get to vote. So the voter turnout may be even lower. So to address this is going to take at least 10 to 15 to 20 years of canvassing, of opinion building, of convincing legislators to amend the constitution, to make voting compulsory, as it is in 22 countries around the world, countries with very contrasting economic and political states of health. Bolivia, on the one hand, Singapore, Australia, Greece, Belgium, and even Egypt. Egypt, where there is the potency of the military is as great as ours, if not even greater. And yet they practice compulsory voting, participative, inclusive. Every woman votes. In our country, most women do not vote. So we have to evolve a system over the next 10, 15, 20 years when we make democracy truly participative, representative, and therefore more capable and able to implement some of the great concepts and recommendations that have been made here. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, speakers, for a fruitful discussion and audience for an active participation. Now I'll call upon President IPRI, Ambassador Dr. Raza Mohammed, to present mementos to the distinguished speakers and respected Chair. Dr. Faisal Bari. Dr. Zafar Mirza. Dr. Zeba Sattar. Dr. Tariq Banuri. Mr. Saqib Sherani. Forum Chair, Senator Javed Jabbar. The Forum Chair, President IPRI, speakers and IPRI staff members are requested for a group photograph on the stage. Yeah. Now we'll have a 20 minutes break, and the next session on economic security will start at sharp 7 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you are requested to settle down. We are about to start off with a special forum on economic security. Entrepreneurial vision. Entrepreneurial vision. Ladies and gentlemen, the Margalla Dialogue Special Forum on Economic Security and Entrepreneurial Vision. For the Special Forum on Economic Security, the moderator is Dr. Anil Salman, KSBL IPRI Chair of Economic Security. Dr. Anil, kindly join us on the stage. In the special forum, we have three distinguished speakers. The keynote speaker is Dr. Gohar Ijaz, Hilale Imtiaz, Sitara Imtiaz, Federal Minister for Commerce and Industries, Pakistan. Sir, kindly join us on the stage. The second speaker for the forum is Mr. Zafar Masood, President, Bank of Punjab, Pakistan. Sir, kindly join us on the stage. The third speaker for the forum is Dr. Usman Chauhan, Advisor to President, Center for Aerospace and Security Studies, KES, Pakistan. Sir, kindly join us on the stage. I now request Dr. Anil Salman to commence with the forum proceedings. Over to you, Dr. Anil Salman.
Thank you much, Amna. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. And we formally open this special forum in which we are going to talk about entrepreneurship and economy, ecosystem, economic landscape in Pakistan. And what we have seen that in Pakistan, the economy seemed to be very simple, but in reality, the relation is not linear and it's pretty complex. And the second observation is that every second person is entrusted in knowing that what is the real problem with economics. We, in the last 76 years, we are very much successful in terms of explaining the problems, but the problem comes that what is the true solution to it. Today, we are fortunate enough that we have practitioners from governance, from industry, from policy, and I have Dr. Ijaz Gohar, I have Mr. Zafar Masood, and Dr. Usman Jahan, and we'll be talking a few questions about what are the true problems with reference to Pakistan economy. These are small questions, sir, and my first question to you would be that in a nation where traditional industries have been backbone of the economy, how do you see the role of innovative entrepreneurship evolving? And are there specific sectors where you foresee a significant shift from tradition to innovation?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Pakistan is a country of huge potential. When I say that, I believe I've been hearing it since I was born. Why we have not been able to actually materialize this potential? Fault lies, I believe, with us as a nation, not as a government. Because government is of the people, by the people, for the people. We have been elected governments for the last 15 years. I thought between 98 and 2008, 10 years, under Musharraf Saab and Shaukat Aziz and Razak Dawood and Altaf Salim, we saw a beautiful journey of 10 years where we saw a very high GDP growth. We saw a situation where probably we were in the best possible economic situation I can imagine, at least in my career of last 40 years. We focused on developing the backbone. I remember Vision 2005 was prepared. And if I look back, it is only 20 years ago. And we were looking at increasing exports to $10 billion. And that was somewhere in 2000, this Vision 2005 committee was formed. SMIDA was given the charge. Iqbal Mustafa was there. Razak Dawood was there. I was there. Tariq Sehgal Sahab was there, leading industrialist of Punjab. And there were three scenarios: high road, doable, and low road. And high road scenario was 13 billion, doable was 10, and low road scenario was about 8. We achieved $10 billion of exports in 2005, 100% growth in 5 years. We focused on our strengths. We brought the interest rates for the first time in line with international interest rates. We first time tried to increase our revenue in real terms. I remember first time 1 trillion was crossed. I remember first time $10 billion was crossed. I was there watching General Musharraf Saab sending the last container out on the dollars. I remember him celebrating 1 trillion rupees. It's not very long. It's the currency was 60. In 2008, I remember again, I'm not going to take you far. At the end of this tenure, I remember one bank share was sold to Maybank of Malaysia. 10% of the share, I believe, for $1 billion. One bank. 10% of the share at $1 billion. The share price at that time, if I collect, it was 480 rupees for that bank. So it was $8 per share on that day. And it was very painful for me to see that Maybank exited after 15 years, selling their shares at 120 rupees and converting them at 300 rupees to $1. So what did they get? They got 40 cents, exactly 40 cents. Or if I term it in rupees, they got 5 cents to $1. Against $88 of investments, they got 40 cents, 5 cents to $1. So what do I suggest? We have to look inwards. We have to believe in our country to actually again look at the strengths we have. We have to actually look at how we have to strengthen our trade. The only solution is export, export, and exports. We are today, I believe, in a situation where we signed agreements for loan. I'm sure some people amongst us must have written on that, where we had to pay $20 billion plus in a year for 3 or 4 consecutive years with a current account deficit, a known current account deficit. How could we sign those agreements to pay $20 billion annually for 3 or 4 consecutive years? $120 billion of our total debt stock, what we say today, has to be repaid in the last 2 years or the next 2 years, or has to be rolled over with a current account deficit. I don't know a single company or any one of you not having any cash flow resources signing in a contract where you would have to pay an amount equivalent to the exports of the country in a year. No, we were hovering around $21 billion close to 2017-18. Now, I believe we should have been today $100 billion in exports. We have lost many opportunities. You have asked me backbone. Our backbone is textiles. The world trade is $800 billion. We should have been in textiles at least 7 to 8% of the world trade. Our share was taken by Bangladesh. Our share was taken by Vietnam. Our share was taken by India. We've just been watching, letting the train go past by. I'm standing on the station. I just can't enter because we don't believe in wealth creation. We don't, as a nation, believe in industrialization. We don't, as a nation, believe that we should have stars from our economy who we should be presenting on world forums. Tell me a single dollar billionaire in Pakistan today. I don't know any. The total capital market today, even after touching record highs of 57,000, is $27 billion. The total stock capital market of Pakistan is worth $27 billion. That's it. It includes all the number one, number two, number three companies on the capital markets, all the Angros, all the companies, all the Tabba companies, all the Nishat companies, all the companies, all the Fauji companies, all together, the market cap today is $27 billion. That's all we have. The total export of our country last year clocked at $27.5 billion. That's it. We touched $10 billion in 2005 and we clocked $27.5 billion last year. I say it's snake and the ladder. The moment we start going up, something happens, and nothing happens from outside. It happens from amongst us. We see it rising and we want it to fall down, the snake and the ladder. That's what it is all about. It was $32 billion last year on one policy, regional energy price. We took it away. We said you have to be burdened with all the IPP agreements and you have to subsidize the domestic consumer. Can you believe that? We as a country today, all of us, want export, want dollars. But our export industry today is subsidizing at this very moment the domestic consumer. 10 rupees 84 paisa to be exact in electricity and about $4 in gas. And we are happy about it. Then we are very happy to have Afghan transit. We all know what Afghan transit is. We talk about the backbone of the industry. Now, what is the backbone of our country? Our people, 250 million people. Right? Their consumption. Can you believe that the total production of textiles sold in Pakistan is less than $3 billion? That's it, are locally produced. And nothing is imported as per books. Nothing is imported as per books. I looked at the figures of synthetic fabric. It was less than $30 million. And then I looked at synthetic fabric import under Afghan transit. This was $3 billion. In Pakistan, and every shop, and we don't manufacture synthetic fabrics. Every shop at Khan Baba has the synthetic fabric. Every one of you wearing it. It all comes under Afghan transit. We all know about it. $3 billion. One figure. And we say that the domestic industry should be the right of the domestic demand should be, or consumption should be the right of the domestic. And that's how you grow. That's how you become viable. And that's how you go into export markets by creating brands. Levi's was created many years ago. Americans started wearing jeans. They had cotton. They created a brand. And then came many brands. And then they started sourcing it. That's how it works. We don't let any of our brands grow. Can you believe that we have been trying that? Can Pakistan during COVID buy any international brand? We say no. We won't allow. We are trying, I believe we are trying that this country should move forward. This country would not move forward until we know our strengths. Our strengths are our people. Our strength is our domestic consumption. Our strength is textiles. It is $800 billion. And now our strength is IT. That's the new innovative way forward. I have been looking, for example, in industry. We haven't explored any of our mines. I was given a presentation by Gems and Jewelry Association. Each one of us know that they have gold in their houses. Each one of us have. Do you know that gold has never been allowed for import in Pakistan? Never. How is gold in our homes? Probably we are wearing the gold. It's a taboo. We're still living in those 1970s Amitabh Bachchan coming out of the movie in a white suit, and he's selling that, doing gold smuggling, and probably Shashi Kapoor saying that I've got ma and you have got money. We are still living in those ages that we all believe we have got the faith, Pakistanis, and what is it? We don't want to call what is right. We don't want to put that gold structured. That emerald and rubies in Chitral, in Swat, we have so many mines, so many products there. $2 billion of these emeralds and rubies are sold out of books in red channels to UAE, to Thailand, and then processed forward to $20 billion. Only one product. You know that we have copper, which is coming out. We can have billions of dollars through copper mining and then processing it forward. I just met 3 companies in China on last 2 weeks ago on my visit to Beijing. There was hundreds of billions of dollars in $100 billion companies, those mining companies. We don't even have a $1 billion company. We don't let them grow. And we also want to take shortcut. My friend is here, friend from banking industry. He just said the cabinet got extended. And did you put in a 40% tax on exchange gains? I said, yes. Now, exchange gain is not a subject which should even be discussed. How does exchange gain comes in? The banks were holding dollars taken from exports and selling them at a profit to importers by holding them. Right? And they had 100% gain, 100 billion rupee of gain through only exchange trading. We just put in a 40% tax, a windfall tax was introduced in the law. He just made 300 million, but there are other banks who made hundreds of billions. Now, what I'm trying to make is we all want the pie, but we want the cake also. And the cake is our country. We will only be able actually to own this cake if we believe in our own country. All of us have to follow a system. Importers were crying, they were not able to get dollars. The currency went to 276. Only 4 weeks ago, it's come back to 289. There is no dollar available. No bank is ready to give the dollars. It all came up by 14 rupees. Now, this is the basic backbone industry, the export. And the basic backbone industry, which is import of raw materials or consumer goods. Now, the system is not working. And the government has to come in and impose a tax. Each one of us want a pie. We don't believe in the cake. Each one of us wants to be regulated, and each one of us don't want us to be regulated. I would like that I should not be taxed. Somebody else should be taxed. I would like to have returns without working. Now, the whole country today is depositing money with him. Who can work at 22% interest rate? Tell me. I can't. Any one of you can. I am sure I'm ready to give him an award, an entrepreneur's award, an innovative entrepreneur's award. I don't know how he's going to get the money repaid. 22% interest rate, and that SCIBOR rate plus whatever basic points he would charge them, 200, 300. But more so, I was just sharing with Ambassador Raza on the table that 14 years ago, I will share that because it won't go with that perspective otherwise. And my father came in my dream and he was beating me, bashing me. I woke up, crying. It was Fajr, and I went to my mother and asked her that, is there something which I've done wrong? Sat with her. So my father passed away in 98, and this was 2010, after 12 years. So I thought I must have done something wrong. And I went to her and she sat with me and she said, "You really don't understand why he came in your dream after 12 years to bash you?" I said, "No." So she said a word to me which changed my life. She said, "You've become Sudi." I said, "What?" She said, "Bete, you become tu Sudi ho gaya." This was the exact way she expressed. She had seen my balance sheet. She was one of the directors. And my total interest cost to my revenue was 10% to my sales. Say if my sales was 10 billion, my interest cost that year was 1 billion. So 10%, which is considered very healthy by the bank, right? And that's what I considered. And he bashed me. And my mother told me this. And I decided on that day, will not borrow again. It took me 10 years. I paid every single penny with interest, including Bank of Punjab. That's right. Every single penny I paid with interest, 100%, totally coming debt free. What have we done to our country? I'm the third generation. You know, what would Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah will be saying today? Our interest cost is 100% of our revenue today. Our domestic debt servicing is 100% of our revenue today. So the father of the nation, I'm sure, he's going to come in our dreams to tell us, what the hell are you guys doing? 100% of our revenue is debt servicing. This is where we've taken the country. What are we doing? 100% deficit between export and imports. And even at 100%, we don't have enough money. Even if $55 billion, I calculate 27.5 is the export, 55%, 100%, right? Even at that, I cannot feed my people with dollars, even at 55. Actually, this is compressed demand. We need $80 billion if I open up the economy. And $20 billion for my debt. So I need $100 billion today. I need $100 billion today. I don't have them. I have $27.5 billion of exports. $22 billion was the number hit as remittance last year, 49.50. So what have we done? We've tried to look at what is the total capacity of industry. It's about $3 billion. I'm performing at 2.2. So my target is at least make the industry perform to its fullest. Instead of performing at $27 billion, we should be at $36 billion. Then looking at the numbers, we tried to control imports by regulation. What happened? Everything we put a restriction on, all of them were imported under Afghan transit. I looked at it. Even dog food and cat food was coming in Afghan transit trade. Whatever restrictions we put in, the Afghan transit trade, and they have no money. They have $2 billion of total exports. They imported $6.9 billion in Afghan transit. Can you imagine that? $6.9 billion in Afghan transit with $2 billion of exports. And all that import increase which had taken up, they have no banking system, they have no regulations since 21, since 2 years ago. $6.9 billion imported under Afghan transit. All the goods which were imported, whatever got curtailed in Pakistan imports last year, got into Pakistan through Afghan transit. Now, we all see it, we all know it. Result, our currency became, from 160, we became 340. You know why? It was no shortage of dollars in imports. No, none. You know how it came? I'll just share with you. We took oath on 17th August. I had the Honorable Ambassador visiting me. Yes, competent people have been picked up. Good, very good. By 30th August, we were the most incompetent lot of people who got picked up to serve the federal cabinet as caretaker. Why? The currency had moved from 287 to 340. and which would cause inflation like crazy. I sat down and I looked at the numbers and I was surprised that in interbank on 31st August, I was just, what have we done wrong that suddenly after 40 years of hard work, I take up this job as Commerce and Industry Minister and we are labeled as the most incompetent people in this country, picked up from where, I don't know. And when I looked at the numbers, I said, God, in interbank, you'll be surprised if you see those numbers. The interbank numbers came in. The total imports for August was $4.4 billion. $4.4 billion. The exports was 2.4 billion dollars, and the remittance was 2.1. So the total interbank inflow was 4.5, outflow was 4.4. So we had $100 million surplus in interbank. So why is the currency going crazy if this is the number? And then I looked at the numbers in Afghan transit. I said, God, the demand is not from interbank. The demand is from the currency wallahs who are buying from curb, from our people abroad in Dubai, and they're buying this currency. And what was happening? In business language, it is called a gola. What is a gola? There's a 50% minimum tariff. So on a 287 rupees currency, they had a minimum advantage of 140 if I take this duty in terms of currency. So at every time they would sell their goods, they had an advantage of 140 rupees in currency. So they could pay up to 140 rupees higher to exchange companies to rotate. Even if they pay 139, they would make 1%. So what was the total premium at that time? 60. And they were still making 80 rupees money. And that's what was happening. They would just rotate it. We just could not identify. From 160, if I look at inflation numbers, we have the second highest inflation world over today, after Turkey. September, we hit in 31.4. Only Turkey was 62, 63. Every other country is in the same economic situation with the inflation numbers of 5, 6, 4. Even our regional neighbors are having an inflation of 5 and 6. What happened? From 160, we became 340. Just because of this trade, we regulated our dollars. Everything went in the open market. Everything started coming in Afghan transit. Then we opened Iran. And everything was rotating from there. And there was a demand of dollars. At 40, we ourselves created demand for those dollars in gray market. And they were just going around, circulating. And we were all part of it. We were all happy to buy the cornflakes. We were all happy to buy those yogurts, those imported juices, everything. We were all happy, all part of it. And we saw that we became 50% poorer in 1 year. From 160, we became 340. 50% poorer in 1 year. Like I said, we need to believe in our country. There are no shortcuts to success. You have to go. I've gone around and I feel so embarrassed when I go and see Uzbekistan, how much they have changed in 6 years, how much they have focused on their industry. I was with their trade minister, from soda ash to glass to GSP plus to export, from cotton to yarn to fabric to garments to brands, from gas and from oil, they are earning at the moment to move forward, how to export, how to decrease their cost. Their cost from China to Uzbekistan today, for example, is $11,000 a container. Right? They are here sitting down trying to see how do I increase my cost. My cost to import from anywhere is $1,200. That's it. I'm sitting in this region which has a $550 billion trade. Only ECO. ECO is 500 million people. Out of those 9 countries, I am 250 million. I am 250 million out of 500 million. And $550 billion is the trade. You know what is my trade out of it, exports out of it? 6%. I'm 50% of the population. Our solution is private sector. There is no business of government to do business. It's no business. We need to resolve this. If we want entrepreneurs to come forward, if we want our next generation to actually take this country forward, we need to get out of doing business. This is no job of the government to do business. It all has to be private sector. I need to create opportunity. The job of the federal government has to be policy making. That's it. Nothing else but policy making. These IPPs, there was no job of the government to buy, I don't know, probably there was no electricity at that time. If I go back in time, there was no capacity of private sector probably to set up those units. I don't know. But today it's hurting. It's costing you 62 rupees. It is the highest electricity in the region. I don't know how you can export, how you will be exporting at this price. We need to take in strong decisions. The way we took in Afghan transit, we need to take strong decisions. We need to look at the future. We need to give the future generation at least a chance to stand up with the world. We need, the second basic point was our people. We need to educate them. The only funding the federal government should be doing, Ambassador, His Excellency, funding should be in education. Knowledge, knowledge, and knowledge. Train your people. Investments would come in. We will still get another opportunity. I'm sure we're going to get another opportunity. We always got an opportunity. We'll get another one.
Very rightly said.
But we must take this opportunity now. Thank you.
Absolutely. And you're absolutely right in terms of our GDP growth, the boom and bust cycles. We are facing the productivity stagnation. And I'm sure tonight, Father of Nation will come and beat us. Well, my next question to Zafar Masood Saab, like we were talking earlier, Dr. Mohit was also talking about economic security. We have been talking about economic growth, economic development. But yes, now we talk about economic security. What do you think are the essential elements for ensuring economic security in a country like Pakistan, particularly in the face of the global volatility and the local socio-economic challenges?
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Anil. Thank you, Pri. I'm going to pick up the thread from the last session where the gentleman right in the front, who's on the phone right now, he asked a very provocative question which everybody avoided to answer. Let me just attempt to answer that first. The elite capture will only disappear, in my very humble opinion. And Anil happened to be in that session with me, which happened in PIDE's conference a couple of weeks ago, is about, Dr. Saab was there as well. And he asked a very provocative question as well. Actually, comment. It's all about the Charter of Society, which Dr. Saab was also talking about. It's the resolve by us. So I've written a op-ed on this, where I believe that, this whole paradigm shift could only take place if we as individuals, which collectively are the society, will be able to change ourselves. And if we can be able to change ourselves, then only we can force the elite to change their thinking and mindset. Otherwise, not going to happen. I tend to agree with Dr. Banori, what he said, but that'll be a long drawn process. So just to respond to this, as an individuals, we need to change ourselves. We need to make sure that, we demand our rights. Doctor, before I get into the details of your question, I would like to, there is a misnomer attached to economic security, by the way. So when we talk about economic security, the tilt goes towards perhaps a particular institution's budget allocation or something like that. That's not what economic security, as far as I'm concerned. The economic security, in the very basic sense, if I were to put it very crudely, is synonymous with people welfare and development. All our policies lead toward people development and their welfare, and that's about it. It's no longer an option, it is now a necessity, and we have to address that necessity. Without people welfare and development, you cannot achieve economic security. I could have elaborated on it, but in the last session, there was all talk about this, so I'm going to stop here, but I'm going to make a few comments here. As Minister was saying, we as a society, unfortunately, are averse to the idea of wealth creation. A sad situation, but the flip side is that we also need to make sure that wealth creation is not happening through a rent-seeking model. And what has happened in our society is that we've moved away from taking risks to a rent-seeking model. And the result is that people are becoming richer while the country is becoming poorer. So debt is being accumulated to make people richer. And that's primarily happening because we are confronted with two sorts of deficits, fiscal deficits, structural as well as cyclical. And that's why our inflation is much higher than the others, apart from the shenanigans that we have on the currency side and all. But the fact of the matter is that it's cyclical as well, as I'm making that point on purpose because we are exposed to economic security in both dimensions. Cyclical side, because of our dependence on energy, food, and logistics. And on structural side, because we come accumulating debt, taking away the focus from where the subsidies should go. Minister talked about subsidies, being mischanneled. By the way, I'm a big supporter of channelizing the subsidies to export sector. That includes textiles, that includes IT, that includes agriculture. But then we don't have that fiscal space available. And that's happening because of this, primarily because of this structural fiscal deficit. And also because our entire subsidy structure is lopsided. And we have been following a formula of trickle-down subsidies, which has not worked, which has been questioned globally as well, to now bottom-up approach. So do away with this subsidy business of fertilizer, of commodities, of gas, of electricity, and save that money for education, health. In my notes, I had kind of prepared myself to talk about that, but Dr. Zafar and Dr. Bari already covered that aspect, so I'm not going to dwell into that. But saving money from there should be channelized on two sectors. One on the export that the minister talked about, and the other to the poor and vulnerable, to bring them up, to prepare them for entrepreneurship, to giving them opportunities to become entrepreneurs. We are, by the way, Minister Saab, I just asked him about the taxation on the banking. I know my community will not like it, but frankly speaking, banking is one of the highest tax-paying industries in Pakistan and in the region as well. But having said that, if it takes 40% on our FX revenue to saving the country and channelizing it to the right direction, trust me, I'll be the biggest supporter of it. And it's really fine as long as we are ready to fix that and it will be equitable. And the other sectors will also step up and show same magnanimity that the banking industry is showing. We want real estate to show the same magnanimity. We want the retailers to show the same magnanimity. And we want the agriculturists to come forward. They are taxed, but they're not paying taxes because we're not collecting taxes from them. You know, I'm very glad the minister has talked about the micro elements because we, as a society, are too obsessed with the macros. So every discussion that you have, there is a discussion on the macro issues. We do not talk about the micro issues. And on today's forum, Dr. Anil, entrepreneurship, when we talk about, we need to talk about those specific micros. Until we touch those micros, we will not be able to address that main concern which is out there. As well, although some people don't appreciate her, Mariana Mazzucato, but I don't. Dr. Swan ko pasand hongi bahut. Mujhe to pasand hai, by the way. So she says socializing risk and privatizing profits. And then she says, and it makes a lot of sense, that for you to promote entrepreneurship, the first step has to be taken by the government. And, you know, I'm trying to figure out where I read it. Either it's Piketty or it's, I think I made a reference to that earlier also. Either it's in Piketty's book, Time for Socialization, Socialism, or in, the new map of Daniel Jurgens, where he's actually talked about how Tesla came into being. It came into being because there was a science venture capital fund with the government of USA. And I'm emphasizing again, Makkah of capitalism. They came forth and they gave the seed money to Tesla on developing Tesla. I don't know what is this fixation that we have that the government is not supposed to be, supporting these kind of ventures. You support these ventures, and as the minister said, then the private sector will come forth and take it forward. Exactly this is what has happened in Tesla. So government supported it to an extent, to the venture capital extent, but for the scaling, it was the private sector. It cannot and should not happen by the public sector. In our case, we've gone in a different direction altogether, and we have actually asked, the private public sector to work on the scaling as well. Dr. Ali, I'm going to stop here if you want me to. I just want to make one comment, which I can do later as well.
You can make the comment, then I'll go with Dr. Chauhan.
So just to wrap up, to my mind, on the economic security front and entrepreneurship in that context, the important elements which are out there and I would say low-hanging fruit are the is energy, and in specific, it is the E&P sector. It's food, which is agriculture, and it is logistics. These three are big sectors where the entrepreneurs should look at. And to my mind, there are two types of entrepreneurs which we require at this stage. One, people with the venturesome, and the people which are in the social entrepreneurship. The second area which has to be looked at is human capital, is population, and gender balance. So we need to fix the gaps there, and there is a big opportunity out there for everybody. I mean, just to quote a number, our population growth is 2.55% as opposed to world average of 1.12%. While it's a threat, it's an opportunity too for the entrepreneurs. Our births to death rate is 3.96 times per second, as opposed to the average of the globe of half of it. So while it's a danger, this thing, but we need to make sure that the schooling system is there, the health is there, and then there is an opportunity for the entrepreneurs to look at it as an opportunity, not as a threat. The third one is the climate change. And the climate financing and solution, especially at the back of the data, is something that we can capitalize on the technology. And last but not the least, we are suffering with the weak governance structure. An institution needs to be built in. Now, the entrepreneurs doesn't have to play a role there, but the government needs to make sure that these institutions are built. The institutions, for example, regulators, for example, specialized entities, and they will then give the opportunities for the entrepreneurs to perform and deliver.
Thank you, Zafza. And you're absolutely right when you say that we have to focus our shift from the macro to the micro. And my next question to Dr. Usman Chauhan is that, given listening to all this conversation, what is the impact of the ongoing international economic turbulence on defining our economic frontiers?
Dr. Anil Saab, President IPRI, Honorable Minister, thank you for having me. I understand we are late in the day, so I will try to keep it succinct, and liven it up a little bit for you. Sir Anil has asked the perfect question about the turbulence. To make judgments in our day and age now is very difficult. In fact, since 2020, we've had a succession of crises that are blindsiding everyone. So it is not that we are in a tough spot, but that everybody is in a tough spot, and it makes judgment harder. So, जैसे Minister साहब ने दुरुस्त फरमाया कि we have missed the boats before, but there are further boats to catch. We don't need to think that we have missed every opportunity, but the difference is that I want the young people in the back to raise your hand if you have played a video game in the last 6 months. Raise your hands, please. So you know what it's like. Okay, you have a setting in the video game, और भी हाथ ऊपर हो रहे हैं, याद आ रही है video games. There's a setting in the video game, okay, easy, medium, hard. If we had done things right and continued them in the 60s, the video game would be easy, and we would just keep it on. Then competition rose and things became complex, and the rise of the rest of the world. So it became medium level video game by the 90s. Now we are playing hard level game because of the turbulence, because competition is severe, because everybody understands how to do things. Minister Saab ne Uzbekistan ki misal di, बेशुमार और हैं जो अब गेम डाल रहे हैं, to use the colloquial term. And if we don't do it now, then by 2030s ये एक next level insane game होगी जो कि सिर्फ pro gamers खेल सकते हैं. वो हमारी बस की बात नहीं होगी. It is that difficult in terms of getting the economy set right, because there's one difference that I see in the grand cycle of things. That in 1970s we had a crisis similar today in terms of stagflation, wars, and all of that stuff. And then we had a long period of cheap energy and low interest rates, which made it a nice cruise we've had until 2020. And since then, what you're seeing is interest rates go up. You're seeing energy become expensive. And I don't think this is a short-term thing. Dr. Anil, I think that the 2030s will be paying for the sins of having had things so cheap for so long. That makes the video game hard in 2030. Now, there are some other forces you must keep in mind that make things harder. Supply chains are reorienting, and a lot of the discussion today was about how to get ourselves involved in the picture. But there's worse things. AI is going to decimate the freelancing stuff that we're counting on. Usually in the IT stuff, we are often on the low end of the value chain. ChatGPT, akele hi sabko bartaraf kar dega, matlab, I'll use a milder term. So it'll make it very hard. Climate change, which has been appropriately given emphasis today, is going to wither away the crops, change the crop timings, affect their yields. So if you're trying to play that sort of game going forward, it's going to be very hard. This is something to keep in mind. Now, conflict and uncertainty has been adequately mentioned too. It also makes us difficult for us to plan things in the future. And at the same time, as the honorable speakers have correctly mentioned, population growth is relentless. In the previous panel, 60 lakh. So we're triangulating from 3% of 240 million. So it's 60 lakh people per year. I have met many people with 8 or 9 kids because I do field work a lot. And I have never persuaded one man, women yes, but not one man who thinks there's a problem with this. They just don't get what this means कि इनफरादी जो हम फैसले करते हैं उनके इज्तमाई असरात क्या होते हैं, इनके सामाजिक परिणाम होते हैं, ये मैं आपसे गुजारिश करना चाह रहा हूँ. तो what does that mean for the national security policy? I'm a big fan of Mueed Yusuf, and I have brought this to the attention subtly that human security is the final end of the security policy, the one true goal at the end. And economic security is at the core, but the means to realize that. But there will be times कि इनका तसादम होगा दोनों का, economic security over human security. And what I really mean by that is what the honorable minister illustrated perfectly in terms of this Afghan trade, this badmashi that happens cross-border. How do you deal with this? There's 2 important things that have been done. One is that we have announced the repatriation of the illegal aliens, some of which happen to be Afghans. And we have also clamped down on these second-tier currency people. So this involves the tacit and overt threat of violence. And that's what I want to get to you, is that to achieve economic security, you have to align people's individual interests, wo infiradi cheez jo main keh raha hu, into a national interest of the economy. Uske liye the violence will be a part of it, thodi si. So my recipe for the economy is thodi si dham patas ki zarurat hai. This is my formula for you. But I am not advocating open violence. That's not the point, because we want our people to thrive and prosper. There are doctrines that look at it as ki dham patas karni aur karte rehni hai. For example, there is a Maoist conception. If our Chinese colleagues are here, it's Buduan Ge Ming Lun, the continuous revolution कि धज्जियां उखेड़ते रहो लगातार ताकि लोग इंसान के बच्चे बनते रहें. I don't want that for our people. But I also don't like the word. मेरे लिए ये forgive me in the audience, ये चिटसरे बाबों का मंशूर है. This is a manifesto of the elderly people. Which is, I don't like the word reform for a particular reason to answer Sarani's question about turbulence. I actually like the word, which will appeal to the youth in the audience, of redesign. Redesign is much more important because redesign has several elements. 1, redesign is a continuous process. 2, redesign is an imaginative process. 3, redesign is a collaborative process. And redesign happens at all levels of society, starting from the very private things. कि जी आप cousin marriages के ऊपर जो है ना पाबंदी लगा दें कि आपका genetic material ठीक हो. From something very private like that. मतलब बच्चे किस किस्म के आप निकाल रहे हैं, that sort of thing. From the very private to the maximum, which is the design of transport in our society, which is to say, why do we use certain modes of transport to move things around? To the infrastructure level, to the energy level, the big questions also get addressed. So redesigning is what I bring to you, and it's particularly important in a time of turbulence.
Thank you very much, Dr. Usman, for your redesigned talk. Well, the last round is a 1-minute response, and I'll just pose one question to all of you. First, Dr. Gaur, what are the biggest hurdle you face as a minister when translating policy initiatives into tangible business opportunities, and how do you propose to overcome these challenges?
I think I would like to share that when I took this job, I had to define. One, I have 37 years of private sector career, and I was chairing Jinnah Hospital, very happy with my life, contributing to humanity. And I had to take a decision, why to move from my city to Islamabad, take a job. I said I didn't need to, because I'm only here to give back to the society, nothing to take from here. So I went to Medina when I was asked to for this job, and I thought I stayed there and I came up with 5 principles, and I'll share with you those 5 principles. First was niyat. Innamal amala bil niyat. सारे अमलों का दारोमदार नियत पे है तो first was niyat. Second was knowledge. Okay, I have been given a job of industry commerce and I have 37 years of career in it. Third was wisdom. कि मुझे अल्लाह से मांगना होगा कि अल्लाह मुझे अब इसको समझ दे दे. So first was niyat, second was knowledge, third was wisdom, fourth was merit. And my decisions should be on merit, whatever decisions they are. And fifth was justice. Now, these were the 5 principles I came back with, and I've been trying to work from 8 o'clock to 10 p.m., following these 5 principles and praying to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to make me give something back to my country. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala take this country forward to a place where it actually belongs. And I believe we are the 5th largest population and we have to be the 5th largest economy of the world. Thank you.
Inshallah. Thank you very much. Zafir Saab, how do you envision enhancing the entrepreneurship ecosystem in Pakistan to foster innovation? Like 2 top strategies.
Yeah. So to begin with, we certainly need startup venture capital. And I'm not when it's again it's a misnomer. People feel that we're just confining it to the technology. I'm not talking about the technology per se. I'm actually my canvas is much more wider than the technology itself. It could be a supply chain of textiles. It could be IT. It could be agriculture or logistics for that matter. These are the main paradigm shift required in the industries where small entrepreneurs need to enter and work. For that, the starting point, unfortunately, is not the private sector, as in terms of setting up that infrastructure, the venture capital. The government has to step up and prioritize, as I said in my earlier long, response to your short question, that we need to make sure that we create the necessary space and channelize our resources to the right place. And that channelization has to be done when we withdraw the subsidies from those sectors where it's going wasted to the sectors which is venture capital. And then, Dr. Saab, there is no, the second one you've asked me, there is no escaping but education. And I lump the health piece with it because of stunting and all those challenges which are out there. There is no escaping from that. These are the 2 areas where, in order to make sure that our, 2/3 is our youth bulge, to channelize them in the right direction, these are the 2 aspects on which the government needs to work on. They have to start with this and then the private will pick up and take it on from there, perhaps in the PPP mode, which is the right way to go, in my opinion.
Rightly said, Zafir. And you're right in terms of that state need to create that kind of ecosystem. Dr. Usman, 1-minute response to what do you think, what is the role of the national governance models in driving entrepreneurship in Pakistan?
It's a tricky question to put in a minute, sir, but the most important thing for the innovative folks is to be allowed the capital, just as Zafar Saab ne durust farmaya, and the freedom. And the freedom goes back again to what Zafar Saab says about the education. So, hame ek azadana ravaiye se इस मुल्क को तामीर करना है, एक आज़ादाना सोच के साथ, a freedom that lets them make mistakes and then get back and learn from them and thrive. The governance model does not facilitate this, whether in terms of allocating capital to talent or having the freedom to make mistakes and do better things. So because we are a young country, the governance model must reflect the dynamism that we are uniquely endowed with, sir.
Thank you very much. Can we take question answers or we should wrap up? We can take 3 questions and the youth is there. Can we have the mics over there? The question has to be short and crisp and to whom it is addressed. Can we have the mic over here? Sir.
Assalamu alaikum.
वो mic आ गया.
बेटा थोड़ी जल्दी आ जाते हैं.
Thank you so much, Gaur Ijaz Sahab. This is Mateen Haider. I am analyst on political affairs and international relations. And I heard your all arguments regarding the hurdles in Pakistan's economic development, particularly what are the hurdles in enhancing our exports. So you are the person who have been inducted into the caretaker government from the industry, having in-depth knowledge of textile, exports, all issues, and previously on these issues you have been talking to the government. Please tell us precisely, since you have a limited mandate and a very short term, where problem lies. Bangladesh, previously part of Pakistan, has gone far ahead than Pakistan in terms of textile exports. So because you have been a person and an industrialist from the industry, where issue lies? Is it a governance issue? Is it corruption? Is it lack of capacity, lack of commitment on the part of the government, our FBR, our Ministry of Commerce, our TDAP? Where issues lie? Issue lies. So we have a very vibrant textile industry, although exports are in textile sector going up, but every time we see an appeal, passionate appeal to the Prime Minister by all Pakistan Textile Mill Association, do these things. So please precisely highlight that what are the hurdles in enhancing exports, not only in textile and other issues, so that government can focus on that. SIFC was created, but I doubt it is going slow because again, very slow response from the bureaucracy. And what has been response by the bureaucracy to you? I will not name a minister. In the previous caretaker government, I was sitting with a minister in Pakistan Secretariat, and he was telling me that even joint secretaries were not listening to them. What is your experience? Bureaucracy is cooperating with you? Thank you.
Thank you. Can we take 2 more questions and then we can respond? बेटा माइक अब ले जाते हैं वहां पे.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम. आई थिंक यूथ को प्रायोरिटी मिलनी चाहिए.
बेटे आप क्वेश्चन कर दो, मिल गई.
ओके सर, थैंक यू. मेरा क्वेश्चन जो है मिनिस्टर साहब से है. मिनिस्टर साहब, यू टॉक्ड अबाउट द इम्पोजिशन ऑफ रिस्ट्रिक्शंस ऑन अफगान ट्रांजिट ट्रेड. Okay, you impose restrictions on Afghan transit trade, but you have to look into your interest as well. When you imposed restrictions on Afghan transit trade, they went to Iran, and they will be doing trade through their way. So now Pakistan is having interest in Central Asia as well. If tomorrow Afghan government said, no, we are not going to give way to you, so without engaging them in the decision making, you people made a decision, and one is this thing, the government should have looked into the repercussions of that decision. And the second is that,
but can we stick to one question and we give another youth a chance?
One liner. Is the interim government not exceeding its constitutional mandate by doing such decisions? You should have let these decisions for the elected government, which is coming in 2-3 months. Thank you.
Thank you. One last.
My name is Atif, and I'm a PhD scholar in climate change. Economic stability cannot be ensured with political instability. And what are the causes of political stability since we are facing from 75 years? Because when we don't have political stability, we don't have policy continuity. And also we are not able to become straight reforms and structural reforms.
And the question is addressed to?
Minister Saab.
Okay. Sir, all three for you.
Excellent. I will answer the first one and then second and third. First one, आपका जो है बड़ा specific सवाल है textiles के बारे में. Now, the cake is $800 billion. We are at 2 to 2.5%, 16 to 20 right now. We were at 19.6, dropped to 16.5 this year, dropped $3 billion. So from 2.5, we dropped down to 2. We are in this range, 2 to 2.5%. I believe Pakistan can easily take up 6 to 7 or 8%, maybe 8, easily, world share. What's holding us back? I identified 3 issues. First, we have to continue to supply them a regional energy price. And we need to prioritize supply of energy to them. It is not possible for them to compete with the world at 2 times the world or regional price, because energy is 35% cost of production. A raw material is global. Now, what we have is cost of production. Now, in cost of production, if energy is 35% and we want to transfer domestic theft to export industry, the only way they can move forward is if they have an edge. Now, if we don't even give them an edge, or rather we put them at a disadvantage, and we continue to do that. One step forward, like I said, snake and the ladder. We made them invest $5 billion in last 5 years. Under turf, they invested out of 1.1 trillion rupee of projects under turf, out of which 390 billion was the state bank provided loan portion, which was less than 40%. 60% is their equity. So they came up, they invested in textiles. 1.1 trillion rupee of projects were set up under turf. Out of that, 60% was textiles. Now 600 billion rupees was $4 billion of capacity was added. And after it was added, we withdrew the international regional energy price from them. So we don't need to subsidize them. We need to give them a consistent policy with regional energy as the base. That's all what they need, nothing else. Second point, what they need is that their working capital should not be used to finance the fiscal deficit. Their refunds should not be held back. Their liquidity should not be held back for the purpose of creating revenues. They must be refunded yesterday, not tomorrow. That's all, because working capital is blood in the body. That's all what we have. And I'm working to get them both online. I'll just share with you one number. This number is for all of you. And I say that I shared with you the best time I shared in my life was 99 to 2008, 10 years. And I have so much respect for that man who put us on target and on path, Shaukat Aziz. Because we don't respect our heroes, we don't believe in them in that. But for me, he was a hero. He still is, because he was the only person who took us for 5 consecutive years with a 6% GDP rate and an interest rate of less than 6-7%, and a currency rate of 60 rupees all through 10 years he was there. That was what it was. Can you imagine? I'll just give you another number. In last 15 years, our debt was $58 billion in 2008. Last 15 years, we have had very good elected governments. All 3 parties have come in. I'm a Democrat. I believe in it. $58 billion of debt. We have clocked at $128 billion July 23, 15 years. How many $billion added? $70 billion added in foreign debt. 1947 to 2008. 1947 to 2008, 61 years, $58 billion. All the dams you see, all the infrastructure you see, everything put together, $58 billion. Last 15 years, 3 political governments. I'm a Democrat. I believe in it. We added $70 billion of debt, and today I don't have the $20 billion to repay. Now, my point of view here is July, please hear this number very carefully. July 31st, our total exports was $2.07 billion, $2,070 million, 2070. July 23, just 3 months ago, right? 7th August, the caretaker set up. We were put into the task, like I said. I was asked to come and serve. Never desired it. And I'm here when I saw that what's happening, I had to take decisions. I could not let your currency go to 500 or 1,000. This was all circulating. I couldn't stop for 1 second, but to take decisions. Now, 2070 exports, July 23, exports touched 2707 in October. How many days? August, September, October, in 90 days. What I've done is I've just tried to hold hands and try to put all industry which was stuck somewhere or the other, put them back on the track to produce. Your exports have gone up by $637 million in 90 days. I repeat, 2070 to 2707, $637 million increase in exports in only 90 days. Number one. You have asked me a question of Afghan transit, my friend, my dear son. If I would not have done it, $500 million of remittance was being used to finance that Afghan transit. $500 million. And you know how much was the remittance in July? The remittance in July was $2.03 billion. And what it clocked in October? It clocked 2.5. $470 million. Exactly what we calculated. $470 million added in remittance because there was no buyer for that currency the moment we clamped on Afghan transit. Should I have let it go? Every minute, like I said, I am following 5 principles: niyat, knowledge, wisdom, merit, and justice. With every namaz, I believe that every second of my life, if I am committed to serve in this caretaker setup, I have to give it for my country, for my people, and for your generation. That's all I am here for. Nothing else. The last question, which you had asked, I've answered. If I'm there constitutionally to serve you, to take care of you, I have said, मेरे को अल्लाह ने ये एक जिंदगी दी थी, मैंने अपने बच्चों के लिए, अपने खानदान के लिए, अपने कारोबार के लिए 37 साल दे दिए. अब मुझे अगर ये जिम्मेदारी है, ये एक जिंदगी नहीं, if I even give 100 lives, I will sacrifice for my country every minute of it.
Kindly questions, please raise your hands. On this side. No? Okay, I think on that side we have.
Hello, my name is Mohammad Faisal Hayat, student, law student and nurse. So my question is related to the tax collection. As president of the Bank of Punjab stated, that because of not having enough tax collection, we are facing problem. So as an ordinary citizen of Pakistan, we face very insecure when we are giving the taxes, because we know that those taxes will not be used for the intended purpose, because there is a lot of corruption. And as Minister of the Industry also refers that after 2005, we have acquired more than $70 billion aid, but we are not seeing these aid in working. So my question is that how we are going to make citizen to feel secure to give the taxes. Thank you so much.
Yeah, another question, please, from the audience. There at the back.
Assalamu alaikum, sir. I am Sardar Farmanullah, a student of Defense and Strategic Studies. Sir, मेरा तकरीबन 2 साल हो गए मेरे स्टडी कंप्लीट हो गई है, तो 2 साल तो मैं बेरोज़गार था, फुली फंडेड बेरोज़गार था. अभी मैंने एक ब्रांड खोला है अमेरिकन लेमन के नाम पे सर. तो मतलब कभी एफबीआर वाले, कभी इनकम टैक्स में, कभी तो मतलब एज अ यूथ हम इतना स्ट्रगल करते हैं, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से और उसकी तरफ से हमें कोई इस तरह अवेयरनेस और वो नहीं दिया जाता कि किस तरह हम अपने चैनल को बढ़ाए, किस तरह हम उसको बढ़ाए. तो सर मेरा मिनिस्टर से वो है कि आप मतलब किस तरह जो एफबीआर वाले तंग करते हैं या कार्गो वाले तंग करते हैं, तो इसमें सर आप बता दें.
देखें, पहला सवाल आपका मैंने जवाब शायद पूरा नहीं दिया, तो उसकी वजह से कुछ चीज़ें रह गई अफ़गानिस्तान पे. मैंने सिर्फ स्मगलिंग बंद किया कि जो ट्रांजिट के अंदर माल स्मगल होके पाकिस्तान में बिक रहा था, मैंने सिर्फ वो बंद किया. मैंने ट्रांजिट ट्रेड के ख़िलाफ़ नहीं हूँ कि जो अफ़गानिस्तान हमारे भाई हैं, उनके पास एक ही लैंड रूट है, या वो ईरान से ले सकते हैं या पाकिस्तान से ले सकते हैं. हम बिल्कुल खुले हैं, बट हम सिर्फ ये कह रहे हैं कि वो माल पाकिस्तान में ना बिके. उनकी अपनी रिक्वायरमेंट $2 बिलियन की है, हमने एस्टिमेट कर लिया, लेकिन जो माल पाकिस्तान के अंदर लाके वो बेचना है $5 बिलियन का, वो पाकिस्तान में उसकी ड्यूटी का $1 ट्रिलियन का फ़र्क है, और उसका नुकसान सिर्फ $1 ट्रिलियन नहीं हो रहा था, वो आपकी एक्सचेंज रेट पे, क्योंकि उनको ये एक एबनॉर्मल गेन था, जैसे मैंने समझाया कि ₹150 50% ऑफ द अमाउंट, अगर ₹287 का डॉलर हो तो ₹143 का फ़र्क है. तो हर वक्त वो ₹143 का नफ़ा था कि ड्यूटी फ्री के बगैर आ रहे थे. तो वो हमने उस स्मगलिंग को बंद किया ताकि हमारी करेंसी स्टेबल हो जाए, ताकि हमारे मुल्क का टैक्स, जो कि पैसा आप लोगों पे खर्च होना चाहिए जो आए, वो टैक्स का पैसा टैक्स में आए. मार्केटों में तो माल पड़ा था, लेकिन वो माल टैक्स के बगैर पड़ा था. अब आपका दूसरा सवाल एफपीआर के ऊपर आया. मैं खुद प्राइवेट सेक्टर से हूँ, मुझे मालूम है कि जो आदमी टैक्स नेट में आता है, वो आदमी यही कंप्लेन करता है कि एक डिपार्टमेंट नहीं, मुझ पे तो 27 डिपार्टमेंट आ जाते हैं. मुझ पे इनकम टैक्स के, सेल्स टैक्स के, कस्टम्स के, मैं जो सिस्टम में जाता हूँ मैं उस सिस्टम से कैसे चलूँ. नाउ इसी के लिए हमने कॉमर्स मिनिस्ट्री ने यहाँ पे हर जगह, हर छोटी सी छोटी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जहाँ 100 लोग भी इकट्ठे हो जाएं, उसके चैम्बर और उनकी एसोसिएशनों को अलाउ किया, ताकि वो अपने चैम्बर और एसोसिएशनों के थ्रू आके अपना पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, मैं भी अपना पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, अभी हमारे मौजूद मेहमान ने बोला, मैं एप्टमा के थ्रू, एक एसोसिएशन थी, मैं 15 साल तक मैं अपना पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू देता रहा कि एफबीआर मेरे रिबेट वापस नहीं कर रही, ये मुझे बिजली का रेट फिर बढ़ा दिया इन्होंने, जो रीजनल एनर्जी कही थी मैंने तो सनत लगाई है, फिर इन्होंने बढ़ा दिया. मुझे गैस इन्होंने कहा था रीजनल देंगे, फिर गैस बंद कर दी, अब सर्दियों में फिर बंद कर दें. तो मेरा पॉइंट ये है, हम इंडिविजुअल्स से हमें जो है वो अपने आप को जो है, जैसे चैम्बर्स या एसोसिएशन है, हमें अपनी एसोसिएशन और चैम्बर्स को स्ट्रेंथन करना पड़ेगा, تاکہ ہم اپنا پوائنٹ آف ویو ہر سیکٹر پہ دیں. میں ہمیشہ یہ کہتا ہوں کہ آپ کو اپنا جب تک آپ اپنے رائٹ کے لیے صحیح طریقے سے صحیح فورم سے صحیح جگہ پہ ریپرزینٹ نہیں کریں گے نہیں آئے گا. میں اس وقت سب سے پہلے جو ہے وہ 3 کام کرتا ہوں. جیسے میں نے کہا اپنے 5 اصول بنائے کہ جو میرے پاس کسی بھی چیمبر کی شکایت ہے اس کو دیکھو, کسی بھی ایسوسیشن کی شکایت ہے دیکھو, روز کسی ایک چیمبر اور ایسوسیشن کو بلا کے ملوں کہ آپ کے مسائل, آپ کے ریجنل, چونکہ چترال کے اپنے مسائل ہیں اور گوادر کے اپنے مسائل ہیں. گوادر نے کیا بولا, اپنے پورٹ تو بنا دی, میرے پاس کاروبار نہیں ہے. چترال نے کیا بولا, میرے پاس فروٹ تو ہے, میرے پاس کوئی سپلائی چین, وہاں پہ کوئی سٹوریج کا کولڈ چین نہیں ہے, جیسے ابھی ظفر صاحب نے بتایا کہ ایک لو ہینگنگ فروٹ ہے کہ کولڈ چین لگے. گلگت والوں نے کیا بتایا کہ ہمارے یہاں ایک کولڈ چین لگ گیا, بٹ آدھا ہمارا پھل جو ہے وہ سیزن کا خراب ہو جاتا ہے. آپ ایگریکلچر کی تو بات کر رہے ہیں, آدھا پھل تو میرا سڑ جاتا ہے کیونکہ میرا مال ہی نہیں جا سکتا. لاجسٹکس, روڈز, ٹرانسپورٹ, ہر جگہ سے ایک نئی چیز میرے پاس سامنے آ رہی. میں خود حیران ہوں. چمن سے لوگ آئے, چمن سے لوگوں نے کہا کہ جناب جیسے آپ نے بات کی کہ ہمارا تو چمن سے صرف یہی تھا کہ جناب ٹرانزٹ ٹریڈ چلتا تھا, ہمارے 20,000 خاندان ہیں, ہمارے پاس کاروبار نہیں ہے. Now, the job of وہ چمن کے چیمبر نے آ کے بتایا. Now, my point of view is we all have to get into forums. Yes, social media is very powerful, but your solution goes through your forums, your student bodies, your trade bodies. We need to strengthen them. And that is the solution, and I've always believed in it, that the platforms must be available to all of us so that we are able to raise the voice. But میں یہ آپ کو بتا دوں, آج میں نے کہا تو ہے اس سے پہلے کہ ہم 5th لارجسٹ پاپولیشن ہے اور میں نے 5th لارجسٹ اکانومی بننا ہے. میں نے یہ جملہ تو کہا ہے اور اللہ کرے یہ قبولیت کا وقت ہو, اور مجھے دعا ہے کہ یہ قبولیت کا وقت ہو. آپ بتاؤ, $1,200 کی ہم اکانومی ہے پر پرسن پر اینم, $300 بلین کی, $300 بلین کی, 15 سال سے یہی کھڑے ہیں. $1,200 پر پرسن پر اینم. آپ کو پتا ہے ملیشیا 50 سال سے 6% GDP گروتھ کر رہا ہے, 50 سال سے, اور اس کی اکانومی آج کے دن پاکستان کی اکانومی سے 10 گنا بڑی ہو چکی ہے. اور پتا ہے آپ کو کہ اس کی ٹوٹل پاپولیشن 60 ملین ہے اور پاکستان سے 10 گنا بڑی اکانومی ہو چکی ہے. بات کیا ہے, یہ بڑھانی کس نے ہے؟ ایمرلڈ اور روبی پہاڑوں پہ پڑا ہے, تو لگنی تو ایک, جیسے کہا ہے میں نے مائننگ ایڈ کرتا ہوں میں ظفر صاحب کے اس میں کہ یہ 7 پڑی ہیں مائنز, اور 7 اس میں کہتے ہیں کہ آپ کو جو 1 کیرٹ کا ایمرلڈ اور روبی پتہ نہیں ہزاروں ڈالر میں ملتا ہے, یہاں میں کلو کے حساب سے بوری مل رہی ہے. تو ایک مشین صرف $1,00,000 کی ہے, $1,00,000 کی پروسیسنگ. That's it. تو کسی نے ایک نے پروسیسنگ لگانی ہے. میں نے جولز اور جیم آ کے کہا کہ جول اور جیم کے سینٹرز, ٹریننگ سینٹر بنائے, سب بند ہو چکے ہیں. 15 سال پہلے بنے تھے, پہلے ہم نے اس کو کیا کہ ان کو صوبوں کو دے دیا, اس کے بعد صوبوں نے بند کر دیا. Now question is, آئیڈینٹیفائی کرنا پڑے گا ہر اپنی اسٹرینتھ کو, اور آپ سب کو کھڑا ہونا پڑے گا. میں تو بھائی کیئر ٹیکر ہوں, میں تو اٹکائے ہر سانس کے ساتھ ہر دن ہر گھنٹہ آپ کی خدمت کروں گا, جو کچھ چلا کے جا سکا واپس چلا کے جاؤں گا. لیکن دی کوشچن از, آپ اس کے امانتی ہو, یہ امانت کو آپ نے سنبھالنا ہے. میں تو بھائی کچھ لینے نہیں آیا, صرف دینے آیا ہوں. 1 پیسہ بھی حکومت کا نہیں لیتا. اگر باہر بھی جاتا ہوں تو اپنے پیسے پہ جاتا ہوں حکومت کا کام کرنے. کبھی 1 پیسے کا ٹکٹ بھی نہیں لیا, نہ ہوٹل بھی نہیں لیا, نہ گھر لیا, نہ گاڑی لی, نہ ڈرائیور لیا. کچھ نہیں چاہیے, کچھ بھی نہیں چاہیے. اگر جی سی سی کرنے گیا تو اپنے ٹکٹ سے پیسے دے کے گیا, یو اے ای سیپا کرنے گیا تو اپنے پیسے سے گیا, اگر جو ہے وہ چائنا گیا اپنے 1 پیسہ آپ حکومت لینا ہے حرام ہے. دینے آیا ہوں, لینے نہیں آیا ہوں. اور آپ کو یہ بول رہا ہوں, خدا کے واسطے ان امانتوں کی حفاظت کر لو. یہ امانت ہماری ہے, یہ 25 کروڑ لوگوں کی امانت ہے. اور اقبال نے بڑا خوبصورت کہا ہے, نہیں ہے نا امید اقبال اپنے کشتے ویراں سے, ذرا نم ہوتی مٹی بڑی زرخیز ہے ساکی. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Anil Salman and speakers for a fruitful discussion. I now request President IPRI, Ambassador Dr. Raza Mohammed, to present mementos to our distinguished speakers and forum moderator. Dr. Gohar Ijaz, Federal Minister for Commerce and Industries, Pakistan. Mr. Zafar Masood, President Bank of Punjab, Pakistan. Dr. Usman Chauhan. The Chair Economic Security, Dr. Anil Salman. Now I'll request the speakers and President IPRI for a group photograph on the stage. This brings us to the end of the first day of Margalla Dialogue. Thank you for joining us. For tomorrow's dialogue, we have forums on regional challenges to Pakistan, media and society in age of technology, and efficacy of international law. The sessions will start at 1200 hours sharp. Kindly join us tomorrow as well. And now I'll request the guests and the participants to proceed for dinner in the marquee next to the hall. Thank you very much.